Welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. Happy Wednesday, belly button of the week. Today is Hump Day. Hump Day. Robert, as always, giving me shit early in the morning. Well, what a way to start my Wednesday. Hey, listen, I want to be very perfectly honest with you. I am not always happy. I have a lot of problems in my life myself. And when I come in here and try to be positive and give you guys news and entertainment, it is a job, whether some people appreciate it or not. This is what I do, and I love doing it. So, with that being said, Robert, good morning. Good to see that you are up from your elderly mid-morning nap. Good to have you in here. Sandra, how are you, sis? I get to see you here early today. I know. I think I miss you sometimes when you come on, and there you are. And I think that I don't mean to miss you guys. Like if you're not a member, I don't. You guys don't pop out for me. You know what I mean? But I do appreciate you. You guys know. You guys know that I love you. I think that. By now, you should know how much I love you guys and how much I appreciate you for not just for supporting me, but because you love the country that I have learned to love during the almost 4 decades of my life. It's been a long journey, and we're going to continue to go as long as our Father God allowed me to do it. And remember, this is our channel. It's not just the Dennis Herrera Show for Dennis. This channel is nothing without you. It's like I almost want to sing a song for you guys. I am nothing, nothing, nothing if I don't have you. Okay, don't make me do that again. That was very weird. I don't know why that came out, but it's what I do. This is who I am, guys, and I appreciate you guys being in here. So thank you, Sandra, for renewing the membership. I'll make sure that I got your name on that on my next introduction. Hopefully, I don't forget. I am forgetful sometimes. Green Substance, good to see you here, my American patriot. Always good to see you here. Mike, how are you? My man. What's going on, brother? My crazy ass redneck veteran has come into this chat, and I appreciate every single one of you guys that shows up. Sometimes every single day. There's a few of you guys that are with me every single day, all the time. Even though you guys are working, you guys take me with you, while you're driving and while you're at work, with your earpieces on and, listening to all the things that we are listening and breaking down. I would like to think that I do a good job on some of the things that I do on my channel. And, I think that even though this is kind of like, financially, we're not there yet. I love the fact that I'm able to do a bunch of different tasks. I know sometimes it's very difficult, but I love to be able to do that, and I'm very blessed because I do that at my own pace and in the way that I want to do it. One of the things that people haven't understood about me yet, even in my personal life, I hate being told what to do. I don't like to be manipulated, and I am nobody's bitch. 3 things that people sometimes they don't know about me in real life or here in my channel. And so, of course, if somebody tells me, hey, you got to do this because this is going to, okay, advice is okay. If I'm taking a job and I know that job has policies and stuff, they can tell me what to do, obviously. And I'm okay with that. But that is part of our arrangement. You know what I'm saying? And so I am a very head of the household type of guy. I am very macho, as they say. I do believe that the man is the head of the house, not the woman. It's not. You guys know how much I love and appreciate women, but it is the man's responsibility to lead the house. And when the man is not strong enough to lead the house, then okay, then the woman can lead it. It's like the president and the vice president. You know what I'm saying? There is not 2 presidents. One is going to be the president and one is going to be the vice president. In some other relationships, the mother or the wife is the head of the house. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But in my house, I am. All right. So with that being said, let's see what else we got in here. Who else is in here? Unc Andy. So good to see you in here, bro. Yeah, no, we ignore all the fucking ignorant people that come in here and just hate on us. I don't appreciate people that come in and just hate on us because we support Trump. No, no, no. If you're gonna hate me because I'm lying. Not because you think that I'm lying, but because I'm lying. You can go ahead and hate me. That's the word you want to use. That's fine. I don't hate. I guess I don't hate people, but I hate it when they come in and they just start speaking a bunch of stupid nonsense. Now, today's agenda, we're going to start with Vice President, future President, hopefully, J.D. Vance. He is addressing our military in Virginia, I believe. And then I have a live, I know, guys, this is, Cash Patel, he be throwing me off. Let's call it for what it is. Hey, listen, hey, I don't mind you throwing jokes. I love you guys when you joke. I love that. I love it when you guys throw in some nasty comments, but in good fun. You know what I mean? If you're trying to be funny, being sarcastic, add a JK at the end. You know what I'm saying? Just add a JK. That way we know that you're not being an asshole, and we know that you're just being sarcastic, or you're just taking a jab at somebody. But just do it in good fun. You know what I mean? There's a big difference when I say, hey, man, fuck you, man. Because we're laughing, we're joking, that's where we talk. But if you say, man, fuck you, man, that's it's not the same. So I want to be able to understand really how you communicate. And guys, I didn't remove any of my mods. I want to have a clean chat. If you're going to put something on the chat, just know it. Listen, it's not that you disagree with me. It's that you are being a jerk, and you haven't earned the right to be a jerk in my channel. I have to tell my own mods, hey, don't block this guy, even though he's not a member. Don't block this guy. This is one of my brothers. This is one of our brothers. He can talk shit. But until you get that trust from me, until you earn that, you're one of our brothers, you can't talk shit. And so they will censor your ass, and they will pause, and they will just, what I'm saying? That you just won't be heard. You would just be a fly on the wall. So if you don't have anything nice to say, I'll just recommend, just remember what your parents taught you if you had good parents. If you have nothing nice to say, just don't say anything at all. Now, here's the thing, my friends. What was that, green substance? Dennis, they come in here with their nonsense. Thank goodness for your mods. No, green substance, I apologize. You, too, are also a moderator. All my members, I will make all my members moderators. Be careful now. No, don't be making my live silent. You know what I'm saying? Not every comment that is negative needs to be blocked. Okay? So I want you to keep that in mind, please. If somebody says, that's a ridiculous hat, that's okay. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Fuck them. You think I'm not going to say something to them? Sandra, you want to be mod? Okay. We'll make Sandra mod. We'll have a bunch of Christmas lights on here. If they say, hey, Dennis, man, that's one ugly ass goatee. Well, yeah, this is unfortunately this is my native side. We don't have that much hair. Hey, listen, and I say it like it is, man. People were making fun of my hair because I'm going bald or something. It's like, hey, so what? Eventually there will be no hair up there, but I will probably go and buy me some Trump hair. You know what I'm saying? And maybe that'll work. I don't have no shame on that. I can shave my head and put a squirrel up there. You know what I'm saying? It's all good, man. That's not gonna kill me. It is what it is, Mr. Mikey. I know, Stewie Girl already is a mod. Mr. Mikey, of course, you are my member as well. There you go. You guys are my family here on my live. So I appreciate you guys. Sergeant Shearer, of course, is also a moderator. Now, if you guys are busy moderating for other channels, it's okay. Just don't do too much because the rules that I have on my channel are not the same as theirs. And I know some people, some so-called conservatives, that they have mods. If I make you a mod, it's because I trust that you are a member that has the best interest for me and my channel. Right? We also want to make it fun for everybody. We don't want to have a bunch of jerks just coming in here throwing a bunch of lies and bullshit, and we want to get rid of them. But it's one of those things. We want people to be positive. How's that? Be positive. Remember, if I'm calling people retards, ignorant, and all this other stuff, guys, don't get mad at that. Don't reply on the chat. Pretend that we don't know who you are. There are some people in here that have responded with such stupidity, calling themselves everything that I say on. If I say libtard and you jump, well, I guess you are a libtard. I didn't know until you jump. You know what I'm saying? So be mindful of your comments. Just know when to say something. And if you're making something that sounds bad, JK, right? Just kidding. Or just JJ, just joking. Whatever you want to put in there, just make sure that you let us know that you're not being an asshole. Okay? Now, with that being said, let me be an asshole. This is my channel. This is my house. And you guys know that you guys are more than welcome to be on here. We will touch up on some of the birthright citizenship arguments. I do have our great. I'm trying to change his name. I started going with Mark Wayne, the Rock Mullen, but then I thought, he's half Cherokee. Why don't we call him Mark Wayne, the Chief Mullen? You know what I'm saying? No, I thought it was good. Well, that's what I'm going to try to remember to call him, because I love the patriots that actually care for America. Let me ask you something, and I know that we don't have enough leftists in here yet, but why is it, honestly, why is it that only Republicans, it seems like, only Republicans seem to care about American children? Every single Democrat doesn't give a shit about our children. They don't care about American citizens. I don't understand that mentality. Like, how did we come about that? Even if you come from a third world shithole country and you come into this country and you see how great everything is and how free and this and that, I don't understand why people just don't change their mentality. Why they don't assimilate to accept what's really good. They continue to believe the bullshit that they taught in their third world shithole countries. Like, for example, like Ilhan Omar. I know what you're going to say. Dennis, don't be stupid. The reason why they do that is because they're low IQ people. I know that. I agree with you. But what I'm saying is, like, I just don't understand. Even if you're low IQ, you should be able to say, okay, that is a pile of shit right there. That is a chocolate fudge pie. That one smells good. Oh, shit. It smells like shit. Okay, I'm going to eat the shit. You know what I'm saying? That's how they are. That is the best example that I can give you that the leftist people are like. I don't understand that. I know that there are some leftist people that think that they are on the right path or in the right mind. But it really isn't. They don't think. They don't put all the puzzle pieces together. Now, they know what the picture looks like, right? They're like, oh, shit, that's beautiful. That's a beautiful, just landscape of the beautiful mountains and some snow here and there. And they got all these, like, thousands of puzzle pieces, but they don't put them together. They see the path, they see the picture at the end, and think they're done. No, that picture has been distorted. And you have to put it together. Now, we know what we want. We know what we want. How do we get it? Well, first of all, let me tell you, you got to remember what your first love was. I know, sounds weird, but it is legit. Remember your first love. Your first love should always be your country. We're not talking about, paternal love. Of course, your parents' love is first. But if we talk about God, of course, God is first above all things. There's levels of things that you have to love. But I'm just saying, just find your priorities and then go with that. All right? All right, we have a lot to say today. We have a lot to show you today. And I want to say, salud, my friends. Stay thirsty. J.D. Vance, Vice President, giving a speech to our military in Virginia.
All around. So this wing just finished, came home in May from a historic 11-month deployment. The wing logged nearly 12,000 launches across the deployment and over 5,500 flight hours in support of Operation Epic Fury alone. All of the great things that we've accomplished, you guys are the reason that we've been able to accomplish it. So thank you and welcome home. A little bit late, but welcome home. We're proud to have you guys back.
Yes, sir.
So I mentioned that we are not just in a proud Naval Air Station, but we're also centered in one of the proudest geographies of military history in the United States of America. Just as I understand it, a few miles away, General George Washington, the day after we won at Yorktown, commissioned a religious service to give thanks to Almighty God. And at that service, he said something. He asked everybody to show gratitude of heart. Gratitude of heart for our young and fledgling nation. Gratitude of heart that we were able to win a military victory against the longest odds, the most powerful empire in the history of the world. But I think that gratitude of heart is so much a part of what we do and what we fight for in the United States military. When I think about gratitude of heart, I'm of course most grateful for all of you. That we have the best people, the best of us from every walk of life, from every geography in the United States of America, who are willing to put on the uniform of this country and serve to create that protective blanket. When we talk about the Declaration of Independence that protects life and liberty and the pursuit of happiness, it is your protective blanket that guarantees the life of every single one of our citizens. It is your dedication that ensures the liberty of every single one of our citizens. And it would be impossible for our fellow Americans to pursue happiness were it not for the hard work, the dedication, the sacrifice, and yes, sometimes the ultimate sacrifice provided by the people who wear the uniform. I know, because I, of course, was an enlisted Marine for 4 years, that sometimes you get into this mode where you're thinking about the day-to-day of the job, you're thinking about the tasks that you got to accomplish, you're thinking about how do I make sure that the sergeant or the gunnery sergeant or the second lieutenant who's in charge of me doesn't chew my ass today. But remember that when you're going to work every single day, even though it is routine to you, it is not routine to your fellow citizens who know that they would not have their life, their liberty, or their ability to pursue happiness were it not for the sacrifices of you. Now, I have had this job for all of 18 months, and the thing that I know, the thing that I see every single day is that part of the reason why we, in our political leadership, are able to do what we do is because the world over, bad guys and good guys, friends and foes, allies and enemies, are afraid of you. They know that if we ask, you guys will go and make the impossible possible. They know that when we demand that a bad guy does something, if they say no, you are the ones who are going to enforce that demand. And that is an amazing thing, and it's why we have the great nation that we have today. So what I'd ask for you as we all get ready to celebrate America's 250th birthday is have that gratitude of heart that General Washington talked about almost 250 years ago. Grateful for yourselves, grateful for the men and women to your left and right, and grateful to the nation that makes it possible for every American to pursue their dreams and to pursue the American dream in whatever the way that they ultimately decide. Now here's what I want to talk about next. I want to talk about what we owe to you. You know, when I was in the Marine Corps, I spent 4 years from 03 to 07 in the United States Marine Corps. And I'll say this to the other Marines. There are a lot of reasons why I wanted this job. But one of the reasons why I wanted this job is because it's pretty cool to have the Commandant of the Marine Corps have to salute a member of the E4 Mafia. That's pretty cool. Call it an ego thing. But I left the Marine Corps as an E4, as a corporal of Marines. It's some of the proudest things that I ever did, I did in the Marine Corps, and some of the best friends that I've ever made were in the Marine Corps. With Marines, with sailors, with all the people that I served with and had the pleasure to get to know. But one of the things I learned in the United States Marine Corps serving from 03 to 07 is that we sometimes had leaders who would ask you all to go to war, but would not give you a clear mission on the other end. And one of the reasons why I'm proudest of what the President of the United States has done over these last 18 months is because when he has asked you to go to war, he has given you a defined mission. He's asked you to go and accomplish it, and most importantly, he's given you the tools to kick the hell out of the enemy and to come home safely. That is what you should expect of me, of our great Secretary of War, of the President of the United States. You put on the uniform. You offer to sacrifice, ultimately, for the benefit of this nation. But what you should demand in return is that when we ask you to go and do something, we tell you exactly what we want you to accomplish. That is what this administration has promised, and that is what this administration has delivered on. Because when I think about what happened when I was a young Marine in 03 to 07, is we had a lot of people who were asking our military to do the impossible, but they weren't giving them clearly defined missions and clearly defined objectives. To the members of the Air Wing that just came home in May, what did the President of the United States ask you to do? Something very discreet and very specific. Number one, he asked you to ensure that we destroyed Iran's conventional military, and as we sit here today, their Navy is at the bottom of the ocean, and they have no ability to project power like they did even 12 months ago. What else did he ask you to do? He asked you to destroy their nuclear program. And now, and trust me, I know because I look at the intelligence estimates, if you look at what our own intelligence says about their nuclear program, they are further away from developing a nuclear bomb than they have ever been since basically the last 20 or 30 years. And that is because of you and because of your hard work. And finally, what the President asks you to accomplish is to destroy the defense industrial base of that country, so that if they ever decided to rebuild their military, or if they ever decided to rebuild that nuclear program, they would be hard-pressed to do it. And you did that exactly as well. But today, as I sit here, there are people in this country who want you to just keep going and attack the President of the United States for using the leverage that you gave him to engage in negotiation. And why do we engage in negotiation? Because of you, it's not out of weakness, but it's out of strength. And again, I go back to that time that I served in the United States military from 03 to 07. We made a lot of mistakes back then. We did a lot of stupid things back then. You performed ably, but your political leadership did not. And what I remember about that time is that, number one, there were people who learned all the wrong lessons from that moment in history. There were people who learned the lesson that we could never use the military again. But that's not the right lesson, because the military isn't who screwed up in 2003 and 2007. It was the political leadership that screwed up. So that was the wrong lesson to learn. There were also people who learned a different lesson, an equally wrong lesson, that the solution to the problems that we had in the early 2000s was to ask you to do more and more and more and more without giving you a clearly defined objective. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that you deserve to have a clearly defined objective. I think you deserve to have a president of the United States who believes in you and gives you the weapons to win. And I believe that you have a presidential leadership today that will never ask you to go to war unless he's telling you why you're going to war. And most importantly, when he sends you to war, he gives you the tools you need to kick the hell out of the enemy and come home safely. That's what you deserve. And I look at the American media these days, and I hear people who are attacking the President of the United States for negotiating, even though the President is negotiating from a position of strength because of you. He's negotiating from a position where Iran's nuclear program has been destroyed and their conventional military has been destroyed too. And what I notice about the people who are attacking the administration for negotiating is that they're the very same people who, for example, encouraged us to just go a little bit further and just drop a few more bombs in places like Afghanistan. But again, if you go back to the mistakes that were made, those very same people, they refuse to say, what were we dropping bombs for? Now, the President of the United States maintains a lot of options today in 2026. But if he ever asks you to go and drop bombs, it's going to be for something specific, to accomplish something that matters to the American people. We dropped some bombs a couple of days ago. You know why? Because the Iranians were shooting at commercial ships. So we dropped some bombs, we applied some leverage, and we've had free commercial transit for the last 3 days. If the Iranians try to rebuild the nuclear program, the president's got options, again, because of you. If the Iranians try to threaten their neighbors or fund terrorism, we've got options, again, because of you. But what we must never do is drop bombs just for the sake of dropping bombs. And that is what the president will never ask you to do. He'll ask you to go to war, yes, but when he asks you to go to war, he'll tell you exactly what you're going for, and I think that is what you should expect out of your political leadership. You should expect something else too, and this is where I get into the great work of Jen Kiggins and Doug Collins. You know, one of the most formative experiences of my entire life was after I got out of the Marine Corps. And I was a law school student, and I worked on the Veterans Legal Clinic, helping veterans deal with some of their legal challenges. And we actually represented the Vietnam Veterans of America. And a lot of you are maybe too young to appreciate this, but the Vietnam Veterans of America experienced one of the most shameful periods in the history of the United States of America. They came home, many of them, not to fanfare, not to flag waving, not to a grateful nation. They came home to people who spit on them, who attacked them, and criticized them simply because they did the job the political leadership asked them to do. Now, I go back to what General Washington said about gratitude of heart. And when I sat down with these Vietnam veterans, these people who had quite literally been spit on by their fellow citizens for doing the job Washington asked them to do you know what they had? They didn't have resentment. They didn't have hatred. They didn't have anger. They had a simple motto, that never again would America do to a generation of veterans what happened to the veterans from Vietnam. It was an amazing thing. And so when they came to us and they wanted legal help, it wasn't for themselves. It was for all of you. And it was for the generation of veterans that I represented, the veterans in Iraq and Afghanistan. And they committed themselves. These old red hatters, some of them were the saltiest people you've ever met in your entire life. But they committed themselves to help all of you because they wanted to make sure that the United States would never again treat a generation of veterans the way that it treated the Vietnam veteran generation. And that's an amazing thing. That is the spirit of gratitude. And what we've done is we have taken that charge and we have run with it. What Doug Collins has done is we have seen, working with Jen Kiggins and some of our other great rock stars in Congress, is we've seen veteran backlogs at their lowest level in 30 years. When you call the VA, whenever you get out of the military and you call the VA, somebody ought to actually answer the telephone. And that's what we've done because of Doug Collins and Jen Kiggins. If you or your family needs medical care, it should be there, and that's what's happening because of Doug Collins and Jen Kiggins. Ladies and gentlemen, some of you will serve 4 years, and some of you will serve 34 years. But the simple promise that I make to you that Doug Collins and Jen Kiggins fight every single day is that whenever you call on the Department of Veterans Affairs, somebody should answer the phone and give you the services that you need. So I want to say thank you to Doug. I want to say thank you to Jen Kiggins. We are fighting for our veterans every single day, and the thing that I'd ask all of you, because one day you're going to be veterans. You won't be active duty service members, you will be veterans. Are we going to continue to fight for our veterans just as the Vietnam veteran generations has fought for you? Absolutely we will. That's what we need from every single person in this room, and that's what you should expect, and that's what you have from your political leadership. Now let me make just a couple of final comments here. You know, one of the things that we've tried to do in our Department of War is to recognize that you guys are able to do amazing things, but only if you're empowered to actually do them. Why have we gotten rid of diversity, equity, and inclusion? Because we recognize that Americans from every walk of life, from every ethnicity, from every race and religion, that you all can exceed, that you all can succeed if you're empowered by your leadership. Why have we given you the best equipment anywhere in the world? Because when you go to war, you shouldn't be looking down the barrel of a gun of somebody who's got something better than you have. You want to have the very best stuff. But I think the thing that I'm proudest of is that we have empowered you to do great things again. We're not telling you to look behind you. We're not telling you to think about whether your warfighting abilities or your warfighting capabilities are going to be second-guessed by a politician back in Washington. We're sending you overseas if we have to. We're giving you clearly defined missions, and we're making it possible for you all to do exactly what you need to do. So from one enlisted Marine to all of you, I just have a couple of final thoughts. Number one, I am grateful to you. You may not realize this, but I spend my time with a lot of political hacks back in Washington, D.C. Not Doug and Jen, but there are some political hacks back in Washington, D.C. You are the people who make this job worthwhile, and you are the people who make this job something proud to do. I know it. You may not see it, but I've looked in the eye of a lot of bad guys, and those bad guys respect the United States because they fear you. So number one, thank you. And number two, I want to say as we get ready to celebrate 250 years of great American history, I want you all to know that that celebration belongs to you as much as it belongs to anybody in the United States of America. For 250 years, it is people like you who put on the uniform of the United States of America and made sure that our Constitution actually has meaning, who have put on the uniform of the United States of America and made sure that those backyard barbecues and those celebrations we're going to see over the next few days exist under a blanket of liberty and protection. Ladies and gentlemen, you are the very best part of the United States of America. So happy 250th birthday. Let's keep on celebrating. And because of you, my friends, the next 250 years of the United States of America are going to be better than the last 250 years. God bless you and happy Independence Day, my friends. I'm proud of you.
I love Vice President J.D. Vance, man. I really do. You know, people, they're a little bit... you know, they don't think. For some reason, they don't have a brain to think. You know, everybody wants to judge everyone in power right now. I mean, I do that myself. I know, I do that too. But I try to bring common sense to the situation, to the argument. You know, everything he says, can you do better? Maybe. Maybe you can. Maybe I can do better. Or maybe I'll just be worse. But the point is, you know, the left has it's a very interesting point that that my brother in here brings up about Rushmore. I think that the idea that every president is on the Mount Rushmore was Republican is because of how Republicans have been treating us. I know we got rhinos, but the Republican Party just seems to be the party that, has always put Americans first. I'm not saying that they have been perfect. There's always, there can be, listen, there is always corruption in politicians. I get that. Nobody is perfect. But we should be, able to know when something is legit and, achievable, etc. And we just take the approach of, and I consider myself a Republican right now because of what they're doing. But, we have this approach of America first, right? Now, what's funny is this, that the people that want to come in and argue with us, they don't think when they're trying to debate us, argue with us, go against anything that we say. They put in all these fake facts, they say. But they're lies. And I know that, everybody on the left says that everything that I say is a lie. But I always say this, go fact check me. Go do your research. Because they have no substance, all they can do is insult. Now, the people, that try to grab little quotes like, oh, if you start cursing people out, you lost the argument because that means that you have no substance. No. First of all, there is some common sense in cussing somebody out and getting upset. Not everybody has your little, your perfect nervous system that you want them to have. Number one, you're a hypocrite because you don't have that yourself. But number two, there is people that think that while they're yelling at me and cursing at me in my face, I'm supposed to go, listen, I love you very much. I don't want to do this. And no. No. A bully's got to be put in his place so that he can stop being a bully. And I'm a bully stopper. Might be my next name. The Bully Punisher. No, don't call me that. Here's where I'm going with this. We had President Biden. Okay, hey, listen, man, we use democracy. We believe they cheated, but whatever. Let's forget about Biden. Let's go back to Obama. Obama got voted in twice. The first term, he sucked. He lied to us. But the second term, he lied to us again. But, we didn't know that until, he was the president again. We thought he just needed more time to be able to, get things done right. We always think that 4 years might not be enough for a president. We are very conscious of that, and we give them the benefit of doubt. So sometimes if we feel they didn't do such a bad job, then we give them the benefit of doubt that in the second term they're going to redeem themselves. And unfortunately, Obama didn't, especially to our Hispanic community. But that's neither here or there. We'll talk about the birthright citizenship mistake that the Supreme Court has made, but that's okay. We'll get into that. But you know what? President Trump, he can literally go and annihilate the Iranian regime, destroy them, completely destroy them. But that's not how it works. I mean, technically, that's what I want. Just boom, just bump the shit out of them and get rid of them. No more. No more Iranian regime. What he did in Venezuela, okay, I can see why that was necessary. But with Iran, I I just don't trust these low IQ people. They are violent. They don't know diplomacy. They don't have that wisdom. They just know raw savagery. Who taught them to be better fighters? We did. With good intentions, of course. We made Iraqi soldiers better with good intentions. We said, hey, we're your friend. We're going to teach you to defend yourselves from those who want to cause you harm. And instead of continue to be our friend, they betray us. They terrorize our people. And that's the problem. You know, the United States of America is such a charitable country. And what's crazy is that I can see it. It's so easy to see internationally and domestically. Internationally, we're out in every single country and we're teaching all of these people, even Arabs. We give them weapons. We give them training. We went to Mexico. We gave them training, the military, the police, etc. And now they're fucking cartels. Because we are a charitable country. Because we're a country who believes that every other country should be able to defend themselves. But instead of defending themselves from evil, they become evil and attack us. So in return, we got to fix that problem. Many people had a problem in D.C. from President Trump cleaning all the crime. The data showed crime was down. Bullshit. It was fake. The crime data was fake. The police chief was fired because of that. Democrats still don't want to accept it. Well, I just don't. I'll put this politely. I don't give a shit what Democrats want. We've helped so many countries. And they all turn our back on us. We help NATO. We give $1 trillion to NATO. Nobody even comes close to the money that we pay NATO. And what do we get? We get a slap in the face. Hey, NATO, these guys are terrorizing us for 47 years. We don't want you to attack. We don't want you to, give us military. Just let us use your base. Hell no. Bitch, please. We support you. You are only alive because of us. And that's a fact. Europeans know it. The UK knows it. Whoever gets rid of Jeffro 23 and XK is my hero. Thank you, Sergeant. Of course the Sergeant will do it. Yeah, get rid of XK. XK is a fucking dumbass. The guy is just a fucking troll. I already know these usernames for so long. I should ban him again completely from ever interacting in my chat. But I want you to see that these things are happening internationally. We train them. We give them assistance. And they turn on us. We have an immigration system. This is domestic. We got an immigration system. People can come to this country, about 1 million yearly. They become American citizens and resident green card holders. About a million a year. And what do? The Democrats betray us, open the borders. They let tens of millions of illegal immigrants in this country as if we don't have enough problems of our own. You know what's funny is this? That people think that we're stupid. Well, fuck you very much, but we're not stupid. They say, oh, we have enough crime as it is of ourselves. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. We have a lot of illegal immigrants, criminals, who have multiplied themselves in this country. And that's a fact. You think black people are violent because they're American blacks? No! Because they come from fucking witchcraft countries like Haiti. Go check out Haiti. Compare it to the Dominican Republic, who is a Christian side. They're not perfect either, but they don't do witchcraft as they do in Haiti. You look at the World Cup. Some witch doctor, some witch guy is over there putting curses on Messi and all these other players. What the fuck is that about? That's what you want to support? Of course you do. You're fucking demonic. You belong to Satan. But the rest of us don't. At some point in your life, you have to make a decision. Do I want to continue being a libtard, a jackass, a nobody, a person that hates themselves, a person that denies the goodness that we have in this country, in this world? You want to continue being an obstacle, a burden, a weight to somebody else. You want to continue to wish and be jealous and envious of somebody else's wealth. Or do you want to make a change and say, I am going to be responsible with my life? If I suffer, my choice. I'm not going to blame the rich. I'm not going to blame the successful. My choice. At some point, you got to say, I don't want to be a burden. I don't want to be a dumbass anymore. I want to be on the right side. What's the right side? The right side is the country, the United States of America, that protects its people. It doesn't matter what country you're in. If you want to be on the right side, you got to be on the right side of those who want to protect their nation. Millions of illegal immigrants. They're destroying our country. They are destroying our country. I don't give a shit what anybody says. I believe that the good people that come out of these millions of illegal immigrants is the minority. The rest, entitled sons of bitches, don't want to assimilate. They are just a burden to this country. I'll prove it to you. 80% of Somalis been here for over decades. 80% of them on welfare, mooching off the government. But they are the fabric of this country, says fraudster Ilhan Omar. Oh, she's in trouble. Yeah, they caught one of her actually people that they thought they weren't going to find. 4 years it took to capture this guy. Ilhan Omar is in deep shit. Woo! She is in trouble. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to tell you that over 70% of these Hades, were on welfare, mooching off the government. And what were they doing? Violence. Some say they were eating your dogs and cats. I mean, somebody's got to do it. Might as well be the Haitians, like, apparently. You know what I'm saying? Woo! Violence. Africans, like real Africans, violent. They're low IQ. They're like the mentality. They're savages, like cavemen before they became civilized. They are still on that low IQ era. They act like animals. They don't know how to be civilized. And that's why you have a lot of black people out there. Oh, you just don't like me because I'm black. They're acting a fool. They're being criminals. They're robbing. They're being violent. They're killing people. They're doing rapes and all this other stuff. And they say, you don't like me because I'm black. No, bitch, it's because you're bad. It's because you're a thief. You're a criminal. That's why we don't like you. Not because you're black, because you're a criminal. They think they can play this dumbass racist card every single time. No, fuck you very much, but we will go with the truth. We will call you by the fruits that you show us. Some people just don't know how to behave. You got to know when to act a certain way. You know what I'm saying? Being ignorant, being stupid, obnoxious, stealing, robbing, being a criminal, that doesn't make you cool. Leave that for the movies. Don't put that in real life. Mafia, gangster, in the movies, okay. That's the only time we accept the violence. But in real life, that's not fucking cool. You understand? It's not funny. We're talking about real life has real consequences. Movies, doesn't matter. You know what's crazy is that people want to come in here and judge me because of my foul language. And fuck you very much. But guess what? I call it as it is. If you're a criminal, you're a criminal. Don't say that you're being harassed and put in jail because you're black. No, bitch, it's because you're a criminal. 14, 20 offenses. Over and over and over. Criminal, criminal, criminal. And then you go and tell the people, oh, it's because I'm black, bitch. We go and look at your record, and you got a fat-ass list, a long list of criminal activity in your life. It's not because you're black. It's not because you're Mexican. Cutting Edge, good morning, brother. How are you? Good to have you on here. They really eat the cats in Haiti, man, and on the middle of the frontier like chickens. We have documentals about them. Yeah, I think he means documentaries about them. I'm so proud. I haven't seen any. I haven't been paying attention to that kind of stuff. But everything I tell you is the truth, man. Whether you like me is irrelevant. You know, people want to hate on Elon Musk, right, Margaret? They want to hate on Elon Musk because now he's a trillionaire in assets, not in cash. But they do nothing to better their life. I'm going to tell you, I'll be honest. If I don't make a profit on my show, I'll probably quit doing my show. I'll go do something else. That's fine. It is what it is. But I'm not going to stop doing my show because libtards tell me to. That's not how it works. If I suffer financially, my decisions. If I'm successful financially, fantastic. My decisions. Whether I'm success or a failure is my decision. I would love to think that we're going to be successful. I'm always optimistic that we're going to be good. But at some point, you got to have the reality will hit you. Anyways, let's take a listen to see what Cash. As a matter of fact, no. Before we go there, because we're still on the subject of this low IQ people, let me play an introduction from Nick Shirley's interview video. Let's take a listen to see what he has to say about what he's uncovered.
The rise of Islam is.
Hold on. Now I know that you guys think that every time that we talk about Islam, this, oh, you're just Islamophobic. Number one, I'm not as scared of you fuckers. I will get rid of every single one of you. That's not a phobia. That's somebody trying to protect this country. And if you are a Muslim and you do believe in protecting this country, you should be by my side. Learn the truth before you continue to support that bullshit. Go ahead and play Nick over here for you guys.
Real here in the United States. It's the fastest growing religion across America, and it's nearly doubled in size over the past 2 decades. Muslims aren't just outpacing the nation in birth rates, they're also out-converting Christians. Nearly a quarter of all U.S. Muslims are converts, and most of them used to be Christians, while Christian churches are...
Well, I want you to pause that right there. Do you see us Christians going out on the street and showing our power, showing and demanding people to respect us? What fucking religion does that? Only a political movement does that. Religious people, if you're a spiritual religious people, you're peaceful, right? You will stay out of trouble. You're not going to engage on these activities to overthrow the law and the rights of other people and their religions. Your freedoms are not any better or greater than our freedoms. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, sis. We don't believe anything the libtards say unless they can back it up with facts. They can't. 99.9%. I will add the 0.9%. They have no facts. I dare say 100%. They have no facts. They have some knowledge and some arguments. Yeah, there is mistakes that is being made. Nobody's perfect. But they grab that little tiny small percentage of the mistake and they amplify it. That's what makes it a lie.
Are losing members, mosques are gaining members, and they're keeping them. And today I'm here in Minnesota, home to one of the largest Muslim populations in all of America, to witness the rise firsthand. I'll be speaking with Muslims, Christian Americans, all Americans, entering into mosque, asking the questions you guys want answered, from 9/11 to Sharia law, everything in between. There are no questions that are off the table for this video. And now let's hit the streets and see what's happening. And to see the rise of Islam firsthand, we head to Cedar Riverside in Minneapolis to see how much the Islam community has grown inside of this community inside of America. And why do you think so many people are converting to Islam here? It's the #1 growing religion here in the United States.
Well, it's not only the growing, it's the fastest growing religion in the world, and no one can stop it. It looks like it is the best and the final religion to humanity. So,
but let's also be clear. What do all these Muslims have in common? What do all these Muslims have in common? In these neighborhoods, it's only their people, their language, and that's how they multiply. They pop babies left and right. They are outbreeding you, Americans. They are outbreeding us. Same people, same city, same country. They all are, what's the word? I can't think of the word right now, but they are all steered into the same neighborhoods, because that's how they get the support for their ideologies. See, it's not a freedom of religion to where like, somebody came and preached and, you got all these converts. No. They didn't come here to this country. Let's be clear. What's the difference on how we think? The libtards think one thing and then we think a different way. Nobody came here to preach Islam. Vic stole my word. They infiltrated our country by the hundreds of thousands, by the millions. And they started building mosques. And every city started with the smallest one, the non-popular ones. They're over there multiplying like roaches in Florida, in Texas, in New York, in Minnesota, etc. And all of their people together, believe on Islam, even though it's a fake God political movement, which is very religious, meaning that they have this daily practice of prayer to who knows, because these motherfuckers are the most violent people I have ever met. I don't care what anybody says. Tell me I'm lying. What do you see of these Muslims? They all speak the same language. They are all from the same country. What do you see in Minnesota? Somalis. Hey, just giving you the facts. Somalis are all Muslims. I wonder why. It's not because they believe in God and love and the mercy and grace. Don't hate me for telling the truth. Don't hate me for telling the truth. You hate yourself. You like to oppress women. You tell women to cover themselves because you don't want men to be tempted and sin. But you sons of bitches are out there raping women. who are not Muslims. And you think that's okay because the Sharia law says that you can. Well, fuck you very much. We don't want that shit in our country. The UK and the Europeans were stupid enough, and the Canadians, obviously, because they still bend the knee to the crown, which doesn't fucking exist, to be honest. That's how retarded these people are. Well, we're Americans. We didn't need thousands of years to become great. 250 years, and we are the greatest nation in this world. Why do you think that is? You know, people, you can hate me all you want, but the truth is the truth. Brian, what's up? Trump is the best for the United States of America right now. Why? Because he's perfect? No. Because he's a good man? No. Why, Dennis? Why is he perfect? Because he's the only son of a bitch that is going to go against these fucking tyrants that are trying to destroy, not our country, our world. And that's a fact. By the stupidity of the left, the Iranian regime is getting ballsy against us. Why? Because they're infiltrating our government. And Americans are becoming stupider and stupider by the minute. By voting for these fake-ass Democrats. That's not my Democrats. My Democrats were American. You don't know what American is? It's a person that stands up for the United States of America, its laws and order, and the people. The security of the nation. That's what an American does. That's what an American is. You don't have to be a Christian. I don't care if you're a Buddhist. I don't care what religion you want to practice. But you don't fucking get to go over there and try to take over our country with your bullshit-ass religion. I just won't stand for that. Scott Byrne, how are you, man? Talking shit about your Canadian country, brother. You know how it is, bro. Man, I'm sorry, guys. I know I try not to curse, but you know what? I've gotten to the point in my life that I just got to stop giving a shit. I learned that you cannot please everybody. And the people that want to be part of my channel, that want to be part of my group, well, I want them all to be American. America's only weakness, I mean, besides the dead link, the dead weight that we carry here, that we call Marxist, communist, socialists, a.k.a. Democrats. The weakest thing about America is how much it loves people. And these sons of bitches have the nerve to come over here and say, this is a racist country. Is that right? A racist country. Is that right? Look at this motherfucker right here. Huh? He's not a black American. He's not a black American. You see all the people on the street from his Muslim religion? You see them? Do you think that they are really given to the American communities? No, they're given to themselves. Most of them are on welfare. Why? Why do you, the American people, allow that? Now, let me tell you how you are allowing it in case you didn't know that you are the ones allowing it. You keep voting for these pieces of shit in government. The Democratic Party is dead. You do know that, right? You do realize the Democratic Party is dead. You do know that, right? Even your heroes, which we thought were pieces of shit already, even your heroes are being replaced by hardcore communist, illegal immigrants who want this country to be taken over. You know why? Because they make money off of it. Because they get in power. The difference between Republicans is that there is some rhinos. The difference between Republicans are that Republicans are actually fighting for American values, for the American people, for the American children. 80% of Haitians were on welfare. 70+% of Somalis on welfare. Their Muslim mayor decided to collect money from taxpayers and to give each one of their women $6,000 per child. Well, what do you think that is? Let's see if somebody can actually put something on the chat. Not you, my patrons. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. But here, let me just say it because you have no fucking idea what I'm talking about. You libtards never leer. Your leering center didn't teach you shit. Offering them more money for child, free child care. What does that do? What does that do? If I tell you, hey guys, I know the it's okay, brother. Listen, if I tell you that I'm going to give you the answer. There's no other way to do it. We need to multiply ourselves. That's your answer, okay? So when I tell you that I'm going to give you free child care and $6,000 per child, what do you call that? I know, I am very good. Let me see. Don't hate the play, hate the game. Okay, sure. All persons in the USA have equal rights. Persons not citizens. Look at this motherfucker. You know you're fucking illegal. You anti-America Songs of Word 87. What a bitch. Watch Cash Jordan, Nate Friedman, Cam Higby, they expose all this stuff, Dennis. They think the way that I think. I know. I've seen some of their videos. Trust me. I especially love Mr. Friedman, man. He's a badass. He's a Republican, by the way. Let's see. When you get upset, you look insane. I am insane. Don't you forget it. Dreams defeat fear. No. Dreams make you have nightmares. These people. Even on the people on my side, I'm gonna have to teach them some stuff. All right, come on. Nobody's put it on there. I can't believe that nobody knows. What does it mean? What is it to say? What does it give you? If I say I'm going to give you free child care and more money and for per child that you make, what does that give you? I know, my patriots, I love you too. I love you too. And I know I am right about everything. It's just sad. It's sad that it has to be this way, but I am. Thank you, God, for another day. Thank you, my patriots, for my coffee. Thank you for supporting my channel. Salute to all of you. Stay thirsty, my friends. Coffee is life. Oh, go get a cup of Joe. You got to get a cup of Joe. Boricua in the house. Absolutely, doodly. 100%. I knew somebody will catch it. I know there's a delay on the chat, so I'm giving the benefit of doubt here. Brian Reedy, Sandra was the first one, it looks like. I think Sandra was the first one. Yeah, incentives. It is incentivize those people in that city to multiply. You know what happens in 18 years? That's right. They get to vote. And thanks to the Supreme Court, even if they are illegal, their children, their children who hate this country, like the Democrats do, can be president. Can you believe that? As soon as they turn 35 years old, they can run for president. You see how that was common sense? You see how my patriots knew that it's called an incentive? Because that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Man, let's grab a little bit more of Nick Shirley, the badass Shirley.
If you don't accept it, that's up to you.
Islam is the #1 growing religion here in the United States.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is so?
Because of the great influx, number one, of the immigrants that we had.
While we were inside of Cedar Riverside,
Even the guy that seemed to be drunk on soda is right.
we actually met a lady who had left the Islam faith. So are you Muslim woman or no?
I'm not. My parent was Muslim.
How come you left Islam?
Because they control me. They control my clothes, and it's not good.
Do you think women are suppressed?
Yes, of course, they breast. It's not. They don't want it, but we female, they're afraid to get killed. So that's why they wear hijab. They wear big clothes. But me, I don't want clothes. You have to tell President Trump. You have to tell me a message. Females, they have this United States. They have freedom. They can wear whatever they wanted, but Islamic, they breast females.
So if
You see that? Now, she's not a low IQ. She has critical thinking. She has common sense. She sees the hateful religion of Muslims for what it is. She says, I don't like being oppressed. I don't like them telling me to cover myself all the way. I love that the United States of America has freedoms. Women are free in the United States of America. That's something that we know already. That's something that we see it. That's why we believe it. We know it. God bless this lady. That's something you have to tell Trump. Man, you know what I'm saying? Guys, man, guys, pay attention, man. Stop being low IQ. Listen, if you learn to use some critical thinking, you will find the truth. You will find the truth. But I can't convince you of it. You gotta go get it. You have to search it yourself. It's the only way. Good afternoon, Sister Tanya. How are you? Love you. It is crazy. Just go to Washington State. They love migrants and Muslims, right, Dennis? Yeah, they do. I'm against it. But it's not migrants that they love. It's illegal migrants that they love. And it's not Muslims that they love. It's radical Muslims that they love. Because it's easy to incite. It's easier to convince, to riot, and commit criminal activities. It's easier to control those law-abiding citizens. It's easier to grab all of those low IQ people to do their bidding. I am all for diversity. It's so awesome. You know what's crazy? And I want you to look at this. What is crazy is that when I say American, I see Nick. I see Nick. I see this black lady. Obviously, she's a foreigner. She wasn't born here because of her accent. I have an accent. I wasn't born here. America. Look at this beautiful triangle. Black, white, Hispanic. Boom. 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 That's America. That is America. But you know what the Democrats think when they hear American? They hear white supremacy. You know why? Let me tell you why the white men on the Democratic side, which of course we all know they all have manginas. They lost their balls a long time ago. That's why we call them weyes. Weyes don't have balls. Those are balls without balls. That's the Democratic Party. Maybe we can get them some brass balls once they see the truth. Teddy, it's been a while, brother. How are you? Good to see you. But you have this thinking. So the white Democrat believes that when we say America, we're white supremacists. White power. a bunch of illegal immigrants and a bunch of libtards come in here, call me a racist, saying that I'm a white guy on the inside. Well, that's a compliment. But the black man Democrat also sees that. But there's a big difference. Oh, this is priceless. You better be dropping some super chats on there for this information. Guys, are you not entertained? The white man, the white Democrat man, says white supremacists because they believe that is true. White supremacy. Now, the black Democrat doesn't just believe that it's because it's white supremacist. No, it's because he believes that he is inferior to white people. And he's scared of white people. And he's jealous and envious of white people. That is the problem. Do you see the difference? You see the difference? Isn't that crazy? So the white Democrat believes that whites are supremacists. The minority Democrats, blacks, Hispanics, Indians, Egyptians, or all these bullshit, dumbass Muslim people out there, they all believe that they are inferior. Therefore, truly believe that white people are supremacists. Hey, man, I just say, hey, I'm telling you, that's just what I'm saying. You know why also? Why this country, besides God, of course, I mean, the main reason is God. But you know why this country has also become so great? Because we got a lot more white people than black people and minorities. It's a fact. You know what I was thinking in the shower this morning when I was taking a shower? I was remembering the comment that this Mexican guy made on my channel yesterday, right? He says, oh, because of us Mexicans, we built this country. Right. And I was taken in the bathroom, and I'm just like, okay, sure. Now, you're Mexican, and you think Mexicans built this country. Why don't you go make Mexico great? Why don't you continue to build Mexico? As far as I know, the United States of America is greater than Mexico. So apparently, that was a lie. Mexicans did not make this country better because Mexico is full of Mexicans. Now, the country, the land, beautiful nature that God created is beautiful. But the fucking people on the left over there, they're just as garbage as the left people here. So has nothing to do with Mexican migrants in here. Now, if you want to prove me wrong, and you literally, you really want to say, that's right, caveman. If you really want to say, if you want to convince me, here we go. You ready? If you want to convince me that Mexicans have built this country, David, I agree. Mexico is awesome. I'm just talking about the garbage of the people that don't take care of their country. But if you really want to convince me that Mexicans make this country better, why don't you go mow the lawn for free? Yeah. Go babysit white people's children for free so that they can go and make their money. Why don't you go ahead and go wash the windows, go ahead and paint, go do all this shit for free. Then I believe that you build this country. Go pick cotton. go pick the vegetables for free. Then I'll believe that you're building this country. And you're feeding the people. Go do it for free. And then I believe you. No. Migrants didn't come to build this country. Migrants came here to make money. You know what I have learned after hundreds of years of history in this country? That is still the reason why migrants come to this country, to make money. Damn, man. The knowledge, the wisdom of the conservative, the right side thinking. It's unbelievable, ain't it? Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? That is crazy, ain't it? That's right. Eat your heart out. I am a Hispanic migrant. I love saying that. Every single day, I love it. I love it. You know why? Because they can't play me. They can't bullshit me. They can't tell me, you're not a migrant. You don't know the suffering. You don't know how it is to start. Shut the hell up. I grew up in the poorest freaking small community where people turn gangbangers, drug addicts. They committed the crimes that they do in L.A. and all these minority-infested areas in the United States of America. Criminals, rampant criminals. Shit, we were being robbed every weekend. For what? We were just as broke as the other person next to us. That's where I come from. I starved for weeks at a time. Not every day, for weeks at a time. I know the suffering. I know what it's like to be hella poor. I know what it's like to not even be able to afford a plastic toy. I know. I lived it. Been there, done that. Did you know I would walk for miles in Honduras, hungry, broke, neglected, and I was still respectful to my elders. I never begged for food. I never begged for money. Suffered. I suffered greatly. But I never came here illegally. My mother knew that we needed a better place. She knew that we had to make money to survive. She knew she had two little ones that she had to take care of, but she taught me not to come here illegally. My mother waited 5 years to come to this country. Waited another 5 years to be a resident, to come back and pick me up. I was a resident for 2.5 decades because if I made a decision to be an American citizen, it would be because I love this country, and doggone it, I am an American citizen. I don't want to hear shit about the excuses that you low-class, low IQ fucking criminals, excuse of a human being have to break the law and make other people's lives miserable. Fuck you very much, but we will continue to defend our freedom. And I want to tell you, man, there's a lot of Hispanics, a lot of Latinos, just like me, in this country. And the majority of us support Trump. So now what, biatch? Now what? Let me tell you a story before we get to our next video. Back in 1969, we had a war, very, very, short war, between Honduras and El Salvador. You want to know why we call it the soccer war? Hold on. Story time. See, in the 60s, Salvadorians, you have to understand something. Salvadorians, they come from a very small country. Now, Honduras is not much bigger, but it's bigger, okay? Salvadorians were moving to Honduras. You have to understand. Oh, my God. Thank you, Lord, for the knowledge. Listen, Honduras was one of the richest countries in Central America. Not like in wealth, but we were almost $1 per dollar with the United States of America. Everybody else's coin in Central America was 50 cents and less. So Honduras was very financially stable, let's say. Honduras, I'm telling you, Honduras is a beautiful country if it's run by the right people, the right government, and the people don't become lazy and libtards. Honduras, it can be such a successful country, it can be probably one of the richest countries back again in Central America. It's so rich, you have no idea. Anyway, so in the 60s, Salvadorians are overpopulated. They fucking reproduce like fucking rabbits, like fleas, maybe, like roaches. I don't know. It's not an insult, guys. But they do make a lot of fucking babies. So they started going into Honduras illegally. Now, not only did they go into Honduras illegally, they were abusing the welfare system that was being created for the Honduran people. Interesting enough, right? It's kind of like what happens here. See, what happens when you are a successful nation, others want to come and take advantage of it, and they bring the patriotism of the country where they come from, their culture, their beliefs, and they don't give a shit about the country that they're in because it's not theirs. Over 300,000 Salvadorians invaded Honduras. Now, again, it's not just they came there illegally. They were taking Honduran jobs. They were abusing the system. And the worst thing that they did, they were building houses on Honduran land without permits, without buying. That's a problem. That is a problem. So here we go. This is where I'll get you to why we call it a sucker war. The president in that time deported all the Salvadorians. Mass immigration or deportation. Mass deportation. Oh my gosh. Everybody revolted, just like they do here with their bullshit protests in the United States of America. I'm telling you, I got a lot of fucking history, and there is a reason why all this shit that I'm telling you here makes sense to me. Because I've seen it in the past, I've learned it in the past, and I'm telling you what is happening here is the same shit. Just history repeats itself over and over and over all over the world, and those fools who don't know or don't learn from history will make the same fucking mistakes over and over and over again. It's just common sense. So anywho, Salvadorian people were pissed at Hondurans. Okay, they feel this righteous. No, bitch, you came to my country illegally. Not only did you came to my country illegally, but you were taking the benefits from my people. You were taking jobs away from my people. And you were stealing land from my people. You have to understand. Every Honduran had to work their ass off to be able to own a piece of land. They had to pay for it. But illegal immigrants were just stealing the land, not earning it. So here we go. We have a soccer game to play in El Salvador. Our Honduran team, because of these deportations that we were doing, were being violently assaulted by the Salvadorians. Now, you know the Coca-Cola glasses. Don Mitch, we just went and ate some tacos, right? Coca-Cola glass. That's what they threw. They threw those things to our soccer players. And that became the soccer war between between Salvador and Honduras. Now, here's a part of the story that I'm very proud of. Now, just so you know, number one, the Honduran flag is the only flag that represents all 5 countries in Central America. Look how wonderful Honduras really is. People don't know, but Honduras is a very underrated country. We had a general, Francisco Morazan, who tried to unite all 5 countries. They all decided not to. Okay, whatever. But the Salvadorian president wanted to do war against Honduras. Big brother, the United States of America, diplomatically, of course, told Honduran president and Salvadorian president, you guys better chill. You better fucking sit down, have a conversation, agree to disagree, shake hands, and shut the hell up. Nobody is authorized to attack anybody. Now, you have to understand, the population of Salvadorians was almost 10-1 to Hondurans. So the military was very strong on the ground for Salvadorians. Well, the Honduran president told the Air Force pilots, now we didn't have that many back then, but the Air Force pilot, that we need to not go into Salvador, but we still have to control our border. So the Salvadorian government decided to go to war anyways against Honduras. You know why? Well, they were 10-1. They thought they were going to take us out. And doggone it, unfortunately, the Salvadorian military was beating Hondurans. Thousands and thousands of innocent women and children were killed by Salvadorian military. A lot of our ground troops of Hondurans were killed. Salvadorians were kicking our ass. They were. But Captain Soto, badass pilot. We only had a few planes that we bought from the United States of America. You know, the old ones with the, with the machine guns and shit. Salvador had more. But just like the United States of America, the United States of America has the badasses of pilots in the world. Doesn't matter how badass Russia, any other Air Force pilot out there is, the United States of America, for some reason, they just got the best pilots ever. So Captain Soto went out with another 2-3 pilots, and they went to war on air against El Salvador. Captain Soto became so popular in the Air Force in Honduras because he took down 5 planes from El Salvador. He whooped their ass. He started providing support to the ground troops, holding back the Salvadorian military army, who was killing not just soldiers, but innocent women and children. At this same time, a lot of Salvadorians came to this country here illegally. They learned to become gangbangers. They were arrested and then released back to El Salvador. Well, these motherfuckers went into Honduras and started to build their gang in there as well. But let's get back to the war. The president of Honduras tells Captain Soto, we need to destroy the Salvadorians' refineries. That way, they have no fuel for their military equipment. So Captain Soto led the mission, destroyed the refineries in El Salvador. Salvadorians gave up. Now, some people say Salvador won, some people say Honduras won. Well, I think nobody won because thousands of Honduran civilians, innocent civilians, died. Funny enough, no, not funny, we didn't kill civilians, Salvadorian civilians. They invaded us. They attacked us. We didn't provoke them. We were just defending ourselves with immigration law. Our policies were not inhumane. We just asked them to respect our border. If you want to own land, buy it. Don't steal it. So you have this problem where, gangbangers, right, were sent back to El Salvador. And the corruption just in the early 70s, it started exploding. 80s, it started getting out of control. All the way to the 90s. It was bad. It was bad. Some leaders came up in Honduras and they fought for the Honduran people. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't hate Salvadorians. I love Salvadorians. We both got good people, bad people everywhere. We both got good people, bad people. I love Salvadorians. I think that if there was a nation, I know a lot of shit came out of there, but I think if there was any nation that I would like Honduras to join with, it will be El Salvador. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. I really feel that. And maybe Guatemalans, I don't know. Nicaragua, they're communists. So, they don't even allow you to have a Bible in Nicaragua. Can you believe that? They'll throw your ass in jail if you have one. In Costa Rica, unfortunately, all the people that I met from Costa Rica, they think they're all that. No, they're the white Hispanics. They're not racist. They just think that their society, their class is better than Honduras, but it's not. With that being said, all of these things that has happened for decades in Central America and South America, this is what we learned. This is what we know. And we see it happening here in the States. And I have people arguing. Well, yeah, they keep blaming the illegal immigrants for their crime. Bitch, do you know how long they've been coming into this country? Multiplying. Most hating this country. There was some Mexicans that were almost hated by a lot of other Mexicans because the mothers and the fathers. You see, there's a lot of history in our country. Hold on. Man, there's so much information, guys. Let me briefly give you a little reminder of history. Guadalupe de Hidalgo Treaty. We took California, Arizona, blah, blah, blah. We now have the 50 states, United States of America, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Every Mexican that stayed here became an American citizen. Fantastic. Fast forward. Mexican mothers and fathers, not all of them, they were criticized and hated because they told their children, they raised their children to speak English, not Spanish. Because they say, we're Americans now. You only speak English. And there's a lot of Chicanos that don't speak Spanish. You know that, right? It's all history. You got to learn from history. If you don't learn from history, like stupid girl said yesterday, you're just bound to repeat stupidity. It's true. But I commend these Mexican parents because they make Chicanos, but that just means that you're a your parents are Mexican and you're descendants of that nationality, but you're not Mexican. You're a Chicano, meaning that you're born in the United States of America. And this is when, like in the movies, they started saying, "Hey, essay," blah blah blah, and people don't even know what essay is. I ask Hispanics all the time, and I said, "Do you know what essay means?" I said, "It's not an accent." When they say essay, it's not an act because they don't say essay. No, it's S.A. Their initials. And I told you guys this before. I taught you this before a long time ago. S.A. stands for Spanish American. Why did they do that? Because there were Salvadorians that were born in the United States of America, Mexicans, Hondurans. There was all kinds of Latinos being born that cannot just be Mexican, Chicanos. So they invented this word SA, two initials. It's fantastic. I love to know all these things, But today we have to know that history has taught us how violence has multiplied in this country. And yes, while we do have violence in this country, we have to maintain that border secured so that we don't add to that problem. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court fucked it all up again. They could have made it right. They could have fixed the problem. And the Supreme Court could have been the heroes for the American people, but they dropped the ball. Interestingly enough, a black justice, can you believe this? A black justice actually stood up for America. stood up for America. God bless that justice. True American. Unbelievable. All right. I don't want to keep playing Shirley's video. That's his video. But I do have, we just listened to Vice President J.D. Vance addressing the military in Virginia. I give you all this information so that you can gather your thoughts together. You make your own decision. What you see in this country, don't ignore it. Don't be a libtard. Libtards are those retards who are looking at something. They see what it is. No. Let me watch CNN, see what they say. Oh! All of these beautiful things are fake. The news says this. It just never fails. It never fails. Graham, bro, seriously, bro, what the fuck, this guy, man, get out of here, bro. 30-minute timeout. Just listen. Be a fly on the wall. Learn something. Let me see. Do I want to play you Mullen or, you know what? I'm going to bring J.D. Vance back. He was on the Ingram angle last night. Am I not signed in? What the hell's going on here? Give sec.
After what was a block.
Hold on, baby. Here we go.
Buster Day at the Supreme Court, and as Iran negotiations continue in Doha, who's better to check in with for a little bit of analysis and insights than Vice President J.D. Vance? Mr. Vice President, it's great to see you, the author of the new bestseller, Communion, Finding My Way Back to Faith. Mr. Vice President, thank you very much for joining us. We'll get to your book in just a moment. But I was anxious to talk to you about the Supreme Court today. First, on the birth tourism, birthright citizenship case. A lot of people very concerned that this will throw open the door to hundreds of thousands of more individuals who are exploiting our system here. What is the administration prepared to do to protect the country, and what can it do after this ruling?
Well, one of the things we're going to have to do is just continue to enforce the border, Laura. This was a very disappointing ruling from the Supreme Court. Of course, we respect it, but we also think that it was a major, major mistake. As Justices Alito and Thomas pointed out, you know, one of the things that might invite, Laura, is people to come here quite literally on a vacation, give birth, and then all of a sudden the child and their family have the full benefits of American citizenship. It's just a preposterous ruling, and the absurdity of that outcome suggests why the Supreme Court should have went the other way. Now, I know a lot of conservatives, Laura, certainly the people that I'm talking to, that you're talking to, are extremely disappointed in this. I do actually think there's a really big silver lining here, and that's the simple fact that a lot of legal experts expected this case to go the wrong direction by 7-2 or even 8-1. The fact that this case was a 5-4 decision effectively means that the concept of birthright citizenship, which is an absurdity to the 14th Amendment, that concept is hanging by a thread. And so what I take from that is, yes, we've got to fix the immigration system even more. We have to be even more aware of who's coming into our country to make sure that they're not benefiting from this atrocious Supreme Court ruling. But it also means that we have to keep fighting, Laura, because we actually have an opportunity to reverse this decision, just as we've reversed so many bad decisions throughout the generations.
Roger Severino, Mr. Vice President, argues that the president could change that original EO executive order and put restrictions on U.S. territories like the Northern Marianas Islands. They're very close to China, where there's a lot of birthright abuse going on, because the same protections perhaps don't apply to these territorial areas. What do you think about that idea?
So I think it's a great idea. I saw that point from Roger Severino. We're certainly looking at that. We also have to look, Laura, at some congressional and statutory changes that we could make to make it harder for people to actually take advantage of, I hate to call it birthright citizenship. It's fundamentally a loophole that now exists in our immigration system that rewards illegal aliens just because they have a baby in the United States while they're in our country illegally. So I think that loophole is going to cause a lot of problems. There are a number of things that we're already looking at in the administration, Laura, to try to close down that loophole. But fundamentally, what we're talking about is fixing a problem the Supreme Court created. We also want to look over the long term at undoing that problem to begin with, because, again, this was only a 5-4 decision. Laura, how many times did we hear people say that this was going to go 8-1 against the administration? We made some very compelling arguments. We have the better of the case. We've just got to keep fighting at this. And this drives home, Laura, why the midterms are so important, because it's the senators who ultimately vote on those Supreme Court justices. Imagine if one of the 5 justices who made a bad call today, if they left the Supreme Court. We want to make sure we get somebody good on there in the future.
Yeah, well, you hail from the Senate, and so many of the Angle viewers want to understand what it is about these, 3 or 4 senators, sitting senators who are Republicans. What is it about the Save America Act that they disagree with so vehemently that they will not move forward on legislation that its major provisions about 80% of the country favor, Mr. Vice President? And is there anything you all can do to try to bridge that gap, given how important that legislation is to protecting our elections and ultimately our citizenship?
Laura, first of all, that legislation is so important. The president has been laser focused on getting the Save America Act passed. And you're right, we actually have the majority of Senate Republicans who will support it. I actually don't think the problem that they have is with the Save America Act legislation itself. The problem that they have, with all due respect, is that they're worshiping dying institutional norms when the Democrats are, in fact, bragging that as soon as they get control, they're going to throw that stuff aside and make it so much harder for Republicans to even win elections. So what some of these Republicans are saying is they don't want to give up on the norm of the filibuster, this sacred Senate institutional norm that a few senators are obsessed with, including, of course, Mitch McConnell. The problem, Laura, is that Democrats themselves are saying the minute that they get power, the filibuster is going out the door. So unilaterally submitting and surrendering as Republicans when Democrats are openly bragging that they're going to get rid of the filibuster, it's just handing your enemy a weapon that they're going to use to strike you down. It's absurd. It doesn't make any sense. But that's why we frankly have to get better senators in there in the future.
Yeah, you've been following what's going on with the Democrat Party and the rise of socialism. The president calls it communism and says this is really the biggest threat to the country now, an internal threat. And you've seen what happens when the base of the party, a party, turns on its establishment, beginning with the Tea Party in 2009, ultimately resulting in President Trump's election twice. So my question to you is, are these DSA types really, in your estimation, going to dominate the entire party?
I unfortunately fear that's the direction the Democrats are headed. And it is communism, Laura. This is not, this is not raising taxes a little bit, however much we might disagree with that. This is abolishing the police. This is let criminals run amok in your cities. This is flood your country with low-wage third world immigrants. And importantly, it's confiscating wealth, not because we want to make anybody's life better, but purely out of resentment, out of an attack on the people who have that wealth to begin with. It really is something we haven't seen in the United States of America in the history of our politics. And Laura, I think that it actually is a consequence of the fact that the Democrat Party has become run by the universities and by the professors. This is not working class union Democrats. This is not socially conservative people who just want a fair shake at life. This is fundamentally a view that the United States is an evil country that must be dismantled from the ground and then built back up. That's communism at its core, and you see more and more momentum in that direction from the Democrat Party. Frankly, Laura, I would love it if Democrats were willing, not that they are going to agree with Republicans all the time, but if they were willing to work with us on lowering housing prices, on lowering gas prices, on actually making the lives of American citizens better, we could have some real bipartisan compromise. That's not what they're talking about. They're talking about abolishing the police and letting criminals rule our cities. That is a fundamental transformation in the Democrat Party. It's very bad for our country. It's bad for Democrats. And it just drives home why we have to keep these people from getting close to power.
Yeah. Yes or no? Do you think Schumer and Jeffries ultimately survive this surge from the radicals?
Depends on how long you're talking about. I think they'll survive for a couple of years, Laura, but in 5 years, people are going to look back at Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, as shocking as this may sound, and they're going to say they were the reasonable moderates of the time, and the DSA types, the far left, the communists, have taken over that party. We know that Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, their policies are pretty far out there. Compared to what's coming online in the modern Democratic Party, it's just going to get weirder and weirder and scarier and scarier. That's why I think, unfortunately, the only sane party left is the Republican Party. Not saying Republicans are right about every issue, and I know that you and your viewers sometimes disagree with Republican congressmen. I certainly do, but we're the only party for common sense and sanity left in the United States of America in 2026.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the fun.
I got a little distracted. I got a little distracted with you guys' comments. Sometimes I enjoy the comments. Some of you people, man, you just really gotta quit, bro. You need some help. You guys need help. You gotta listen. When somebody tells you the truth, bro, don't just believe it, but go do some research, man. Don't just do what you're told. It's okay to be rebellious and go seek the truth. If somebody tells you that the sky is green and you look at it and it's blue, why would you believe them? It's beyond me why Democrats, or not the Democrats, but people on the left, they see the truth right there in front of them with their own eyes. But they don't want to call it out. They want to ignore it, and then they wonder why things, go wrong in this country. They complain about billions of dollars for this war. Well, that's how it works. It's expensive to keep your country safe. It's very expensive to keep your country safe, but we got to do it. Now, we got billions of dollars being wasted on illegal immigrants. Okay, that's not the American people. That's illegal immigrants. Complain about that. They complain about billions of dollars that we're spending on our military to secure our country and show that we are stronger than people think. But they don't complain about the billions of dollars in fraud in blue cities and states, maybe even red states. But you should complain about those things. You shouldn't just be happy with somebody tell you, hey, I'm an American citizen. I can guarantee you that even if you are on the left, even if you believe on no ID, if I tell you that I'm an American citizen, don't you want me to prove it? How do you know if I am an American citizen? It's just common sense. I'm not trying to convince you. I'm not trying to trick you. But here it is. I got proof. Do you have proof? If you don't, you should. I remember back in the 90s, early 80s and 90s, you used to be able to get this citizenship card. I don't see those anymore. But instead of a passport, we used to have a citizenship card, kind of like a green card, but it will say citizen. Why don't we have those? I think, listen, in Honduras, I'm going to show you. No, I'm not going to show you because I don't have my wallet here with me. But look, in Honduras, I cannot open a bank account unless I am Honduran. So what do I got to do? I got to have my birth certificate so that I can have an ID from Honduras. And that ID, I can only get it if I have proof that I'm a Honduran citizen. Okay? That's the only way I can get that. That allows me to open a bank account. That allows me to vote, etc. here in the United States of America, you should be able. It's not that hard, man. You can just grab your license for the state and said resident or citizen. It's not hard. Just add the words. If you want a license, you should have to show your birth certificate if you're born in this country. If you're born in a foreign country and became an American citizen, then you show them an American passport. And every American citizen, whether you're born here or born outside the country and became naturalized American citizen, every single American citizen should have a license and a citizenship card. Period. That, or just put it on my license. Citizen, resident, tourist, if you want to give tourists a visa. So that way when they go to the voting booth, they have to say, here, I'm just a tourist. Oh, sorry, sir, you can't vote. Here, green card, resident hold. Nope, sorry, sir, you can't vote. Citizen, okay, thank you for showing us the ID, sir. Thank you very much. Here you go. Cast your vote, American. It should be mandatory to carry an American citizen identification. One that can be scanned in every system. And it should be free. It should be free. You know, when I did my citizenship, but number one, when I did my green card, I paid like $500. No, three. What was it back then in the early 90s? Maybe like $375, I think. My mother paid for it. And when I became a citizen, I think I paid like $750. I think it was. I can't remember. $500 to $700. I don't know, somewhere in there. But that paid for my fingerprints, right? My criminal background check. Make sure that I haven't been abusing the system, no felonies, etc. And they gave me this beautiful American citizenship certificate with my picture. Okay, it pays for the paperwork and all that stuff. It pays for whatever administration it has to go through in the system to prove that I am an American citizen. So I can tell you right now, say the America Act, these politicians need to step up and truly serve the people. And they do that by making sure that every person that claims to be an American citizen truly is. So if somebody asked me the other day, and this is what I was thinking about. I was like, wait a minute, I remember my mother had a citizenship card. And somebody asked me, oh, Dennis, do you carry your passport with you all the time? I said, no, not all the time, sometimes. And that's what got me thinking. My license says federal limits are on it, right? That means that I am legal in this country. If you don't have that on there, that means that you're not legal in this country. Interesting, right? They still allow them to vote. So, the best way to do this is to have a citizenship card. If you don't want to pay extra for another card, which is a cheap ass and an excuse for you American lazies to use, because illegal immigrants, they spend thousands of dollars just to come here illegally. Why can you go and spend another $25, $50, $100, whatever the hell the citizenship card is going to cost you? Why can you go do that? Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Plain and simple, JFK. Plain and simple. Tell me, you're so proud to be an American. Why can't you make an investment? Why can't you, if you donate hundreds, thousands of dollars to your blue sky, to your blue Democratic charity or whatever the hell it is that you do to support Democrats, why can't you use that fucking money to go get an American citizenship verification card? It's not that hard, man. It's not that hard. Yeah, Democrats did that. Hey, good job. Way to call that out, brother. All right, with that being said, let's go ahead and get... Woo! Man! these guys just, man, they just can't take me, bro. These guys are, they have, I don't know, maybe they just don't have an imagination. But here you go. Let's go ahead and listen to Mark Wayne, the Chief Mullen.
Weigh in on this. Good morning to you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for being here. The president, he won some of the victories with the Supreme Court. Right. Others, not so much. This was one that he had the executive order he didn't want. If you're born here and your parents are illegal, he didn't want you to be a citizen. But the Supreme Court upheld that.
Well, I think the president was spot on this, and the court is absolutely dead wrong on this situation. If you look at the reason for the 14th Amendment, again, this is way outside what has happened, especially with China and their tourist visas that they get to come into the United States or into our territories just simply to give birth. They'll come in the 8th month, maybe 1, 2, 3 weeks left, give birth here, have a.
Pay attention. Pay attention, especially the libtards. Pay attention and listen how our enemies can destroy this country. I've been saying this for a long time. For a long time. Listen how our enemies are destroying our country. And I said this over a year ago, publicly, on my videos that I have made here. I know I was nobody. I'm still nobody, but now we got at least 21,000 people watching, right? Listen to this so that you can learn. Stop being a libtard. You gotta leer someday. Today might be that day. Here we go. Let's listen. Fox Mulder, don't get on my nerves. We are not fear-mongering. That's what Democrats do. We don't fear-monger. We tell the truth. And if that makes you fearful, that's because you're a little bitch. Now pay attention. You might leer something.
A child, then they move back to China, raise a person underneath a communist regime, even though they're a citizen of the United States, and they come back over here. And in some cases, we see that they go to their universities, they're stealing intellectual property, and it's absolutely been a national security issue. This is truly a national security risk that we're having. But we're re-looking at it. We had a long conversation with the White House yesterday, a long conversation with the president, Tom Homan, Stephen Miller, all of us together are working and saying, okay, how can we protect America and still at the same time, unfortunately, figure out how to work with the court in this situation.
And one thing you're doing is looking at the territories where China especially is abusing in Guam or other places and saying, okay, you're 8.5 months pregnant. Maybe you shouldn't get on that plane.
Well, because where they go to and they show up late, it can cause a health issue for the mother.
Yeah, we're concerned about the mother.
And especially traveling that late. For instance, my son and daughter-in-law, they're about ready to have our first grandchild. And they're traveling here for the 4th of July, but the doctor said this is the last time they're traveling because she's due the 1st of August. And so their doctor is already saying, hey, this shouldn't be a travel except in a case of emergency. Well, you're not going on vacation in emergency in late-term pregnancy. And so those are some issues that we can look at because at the end of the day, it is national security. Listen, all these men and women that's sitting out here, which, by the way, the first time to be on your set and sit here with these guys, true heroes, they fought for our rights. I mean, this is 1% of the population that fought for all of our rights before they even knew us, right? They sacrificed everything. Sure. And what we have to do as a duty right now with President Trump is protect that, to protect the land that they fought for. And part of this is a national security risk, and no one can say it's not.
So, Mr. Secretary, we've talked on this program about the American children that are dying because people that shouldn't have been in the country, they got in. And they killed our treasure here. The mother of Sheridan Gordon was on Capitol Hill yesterday. It was an emotional moment. This is what she had to say during her testimony.
This story, it's not about him. This story is about my Sheridan. It's about how failed border policies, sanctuary city laws, and twisted leaders refused to cooperate with ICE. They sent her to her grave. We choose you. We choose you. Choose us. Why does my child matter less than an illegal immigrant? Why? I don't understand why it's only the Republican side that cares about our American children.
But they behaved like clowns yesterday.
Right. It's shameful because every single death that is at the hand of an illegal is 100% preventable because a person should never been in this country to begin with because of the failed policy of the Biden administration that let Millions of individuals come in unvetted, unchecked. We're chasing down trafficked little girls of the tune of 450,000 children that were lost underneath the Biden administration. We have deaths that are happening at an unprecedented pace by the hands of illegals. 50% of every death that has happened in Fairfax County, Virginia, is out of the hands of an illegal. 50%. Wow. 41 individuals have been killed in Tennessee in the last 12 months. And from illegals that should have never been in this country. The statistics are off the chart. And every single day, DHS, through ICE and all the other components we have, are fighting to get these criminals off our streets. The worst, 70%, this is a statistic that people need to understand, 70% of every single person that ICE arrests on a daily basis either have already been convicted of a felon or they are being charged with a felony. 70%.
That's important.
It's very important because these are thugs. These are criminals that are walking our streets, and we're having to fight sanctuary cities. Unfortunately, where we're sitting today, the leadership in New York City right now is horrific. And let me tell you, the police officers and NYPD, they are the best of the best. Literally, we love working with them, and yet their leadership is handcuffed and say, no, you can't work with them. You can't work to get the criminals off our streets. It's shameful.
Or out of your prisons. You have a message, too. So we're coming up on year 250. You have an interesting background, American Indian background as well. Right. So when you look back at American 250, we're just wondering if you would take a moment as we get closer and closer to July 4th. What does it mean to you?
Well, look, I'm a little country boy from Westville, Oklahoma. This can only happen in America, right? I still own the land, the Indian allotment land that my family walked to in the late 1830s as Cherokees. Wow. No one in my family has ever been involved in politics. I had to drop out of college because my dad needed help in a plumbing company. And in some way, through God's grace and the fact that I'm truly an American that lives in the greatest nation in the world. Remember, people are flooding to our borders and trying to get into our country. We're not going the other direction. And yet I'm sitting here as Secretary of the Homeland, getting to protect our homeland. Right. I think it's the greatest mission in the world. I haven't quit smiling. It's 100 days since I've been appointed. Right. And I have the greatest mission, and I truly believe in the President's cabinet to be able to protect my yard, your yard. I even try to protect New York. I know they don't like me, but the fact is, it's part of our homeland.
Right. Please don't stop. Please don't stop. We need you. I remember when the President asked if you would be on his cabinet, and you said, I can't wait to call my dad, or something like that. I was like, that's so cute.
Well, my wife.
Yeah.
I want to make sure I say
that's right. That's right.
29 years of marriage and my dad just said, wow. That's all I said.
It's cool. Yeah. It's the American dream. Billy has a question for you, Mr. Secretary.
Good morning. How are you, Secretary?
Hey, brother. How you doing?
All right. Again, you spoke about the
By the way,
youth.
great mustache.
Thank you very much. Took a while to curate
You must
that.
be a fireman.
Yes, I am. You spoke about the youth, but how are you making this happen where we can protect our youth, where they're not being attacked on college campuses by all these so-called illegals? What are you doing? How are you getting the other parties involved where you could say, listen, we need to come together and understand why this is so important to protect the American people? Well,
one of the things that we do is really try to educate individuals to let them know what actually is taking place. And we have 450,000 kids lost. We've found 147,000. We tell their stories. We've had a couple girls rescued out of a hotel that literally reported being raped 15 to 20 times a day, 7 days a week, over 600 to 700 times. It's horrific stories. But as we tell those stories, we have more law enforcement agencies that are saying, hey, forget it. We're pushing back against our leadership. We're going to start cooperating. Some of them cooperate with what we call the 287G program, where we actually reimburse you for it. That's what the federal government does through ICE. We reimburse you for your time, even help buy equipment. And some are saying, since we can't legally participate with the 287G program, they call us and let us know. Because what happens in sanctuary cities is they will arrest these individuals. After they serve their time, they release them back on the streets, and they won't inform us, even though we have issued the paperwork to be able to pick them up. But we're having now law enforcement call us and say, hey, this person is being released on this day. We can't hand them over to you, but as they walk out their gate, they're fair game, and we arrest them there. So more cooperation we can get, even from places that aren't supposed to participate with us, is the right way to go. But the residents of the community, they're the ones that need to start stepping up. Leadership matters, and when you elect the wrong leadership, it's okay to correct course. It's okay to go say, hey, we made a mistake. It's time for us to do better and get somebody else in there, because if they're not protecting you and they're protecting criminals, They're not. That's not called leadership. That's called pandering.
Yeah, that's because Eric Adams and Cuomo lost to Bandami, and now we have the situation we have in New York City. That's why people make terrible choices here in New York City, and we can't vote because I don't live here. Thanks so much, Mr. Secretary.
Thank
Such
you.
an honor
Thank
being
you.
here.
It's great to have you here.
Yeah, thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on
Thank you,
Fox 1.
Fox. And that's true. Fox is actually doing a pretty damn good job. And the reason why I support Fox is because they actually show more news that will encourage American citizens to defend their country. You know, you can say whatever you want about the news outlets, and, you know, every news reporter will have their own personal opinion on things. But I choose Fox today in my live streaming, as I do every day, only because they are continuing to push the agenda that I am pushing myself, and that is to wake up all of the American citizens to what is really going on and what is happening to our country, what our enemies are trying to do to our freedoms. You know why? Because they're jealous, they're envious, and we don't want those kind of people in our country. Unfortunately, you will just see that every single socialist is so jealous of the rich men. It's a disease. That's why it's so sinful to be jealous, envious. It doesn't bring health to your mind and body or spirit. It just doesn't. You got to be able to stop judging your own life by the success of others. If anything, it should encourage you. That if somebody can do it, you also can do it. Now, we're going to go ahead and jump in and listen to our president talk about the new Air Force One. Oh, yeah. Go ahead, big boss. Let us know. What's up?
I said to Boeing, what's the best one? They said, this is the best plane ever built. And you're going to have the privilege of flying it, and I have a privilege also of flying it. But this is the first flight. We're going to the Teddy Roosevelt Presidential Library opening, and that'll be very good. That'll be a lot of fun. But I think, you know, to be honest with you, I'm excited about the first flight. It's something nobody's ever seen anything like it. Even you people with all your experience and all of your talent, you will never see anything like this. So they just completed it. They made it appropriate for a president. That means the security and all of the different bells and whistles they put on. Very complex stuff, but it's really quite something. And this is a plane that the United States of America should have. Our Air Force One was 35, 36 years old, and it would be parked next to the new ones like this, and it really didn't look appropriate for our country. So we're very proud of this. The country is very proud of it. And you can do two things. You can low-key it, or you can show it. And I think the country should be very proud of it. And it's beautiful, and you'll see that in a little while when you board. As far as things are going, the denuclearization of Iran is moving along well. They've had very good meetings, and we'll see. We hit them very hard for 3 nights, as you know. But we're getting along very well, so I call it the denuclearization. And it's all taking place, it's all going well. The stock market is setting records virtually every day. The oil price is way down. We're down at 68. I see it hit 68 today. That's lower than when I started the, I guess you could call it an attack on Iran so that they never have a nuclear weapon. So the oil price is now lower. The retail prices, the gasoline is coming down rapidly. And if you have any questions, let's go.
Mr. President, what's your favorite upgrade to the new plane, and how much did it cost American taxpayers to upgrade the plane?
Well, it costs very little relative to what it would cost if we did it a different way. So this was a gift from a country that's treated us very well, and they're an ally of us over in the Middle East, Qatar. And I went to Boeing, I said, who has the best one? They said, Qatar. There's never been a plane like it. Frankly, we couldn't build a plane like this because we wouldn't be willing to spend the kind of money necessary. They spent top dollar. So the head of Boeing said, this is considered the best 747 they've ever built. And I went to Qatar. I said, I'd like to use it for a period of time because the other ones, as you know, are under construction. They'll be here in 2 years. And because, you know, the plane is 35 years old. So I said, I'd like to use it. And the Emir, Tamim, who's a great gentleman, he said, no, I'd like to make a contribution to the country. So it was very nice. And we were able to do it in about 5 months, you know, bring it up to the presidential standard, meaning security-wise. And you're gonna get a kick out of it. There's just nothing like it.
Hey, Mr. President, your financial disclosure shows you had a very lucrative year last year. What message does this send to average Americans, especially those who may be struggling right now financially?
I don't get involved in my personal. We have funds that run my money.
But you are benefiting. I mean, we're talking.
Well, I've made a lot of money before I became president, and they invest my money, and I don't talk to them. I don't even speak to them. So I have many people, I don't know what they call it, closed accounts or something. You put your money in, and that's it. I don't talk to them. They're big institutions, and they run it. But yeah, I've had a great career. In business, I've had a great career.
Concerns about conflict of interest?
I don't know if I've had a better career in politics or business, but I had a great career in business. And, you know, you saw the cash, and you report the different things. And what they do is, we gave it, I think it's called a blind account, but they take it. And I never speak to any of the people that run the money, but they're at big institutions, and they invest in whatever they invest in.
But to critics who say you're profiting off the presidency, Mr.
Well, you know why I'm profiting? Because the stock market's going up. Everybody's profiting. If you have a 401k, how's your 401k done? It's about up 85%. Thank you, President Trump. So we're all profiting. I'm profiting because I have a lot of money and a lot of cash, and I give it to institutions. I don't know if they know what they're doing or not, but they buy a vast array of things.
President Trump, you've been meeting with Secretary Hegseth and General Kane about potentially returning to an all-out war with Iran. Does this mean you've been unhappy with Iran's adherence to the MOU? Well,
I think they've come a long way. We hit them very hard last week. I think they're fine. I think we're going to... It's the denuclearization of Iran. It's very simple. And Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Otherwise, all of this stuff that we look at, all of these things that we do, the country's never had activity like it's got right now. So we're building more factories and car plants and other things. We went for years without ever building one car plant. Now we're building many car plants. We're building AI. We're building all over the country. $19.1 trillion being invested. The record was like 2, and we've got 19.1, and it's going to continue. And when those buildings open, you're going to see something like the country's never seen before. That's why the stock market's going up every day. That's why your 401k, because everybody benefits. When the stock market goes up, everybody benefits. More jobs, more everything. And we're creating more jobs. We have more people working today than have ever worked in the history of our country. It's great. And that's before these places open. They'll be opening up over the next year. And we have them coming into Taiwan. From Taiwan, we have more chip makers. And the biggest company in the world, actually, the chip maker. But they're coming in, they're building in Arizona, and they just announced they're going to double the size. We could have 50% of the chip market by the time I leave office. You know what we had now? Nothing. And then I got, as a gift, another gift, I said to Intel, give the United States they needed something, they needed some help, the chip maker. I said, give the United States of America, I'll do it for you, but give the United States of America 10% of your company. He said, you have a deal. He said it so fast, I said I should have asked for more. But he said, you have a deal. And that stake is now worth $80 billion. I made $80 billion for the country in 8 months. Does anybody talk about it? No. Have a good time. Have a good flight. Enjoy the plane.
Mr. President, real quick question. You've got D&I Pulte over there as the new director. We also know you have the task force set up on declassification, maybe talking about international, maybe looking at some declassification. Are you able to give us an update on that?
Declassify almost everything. And you know, by the way, we have Jay Clayton is going in. You know, Bill Pulte's a very talented guy, but he's just there temporarily until Jay Clayton. And Jay Clayton is going through the process. And Jay Clayton, highly respected, and so is Bill Pulte. But Bill is there just for a fairly short period of time. But while he's there, I said, you can declassify whatever you want.
Do you think we're going to get some soon, or maybe 2020?
I told him you could do it as fast. You got to ask him.
All right.
But I think he's a friend of yours. I think that Bill will declassify. I told him you can declassify whatever you want. So Bill's there just, for maybe a month or 2 months or something. And Jay's going through the process. He's got a hearing in 2 weeks. Highly respected man, Jay Clayton. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you get any more Pulitzer Prizes? Not yet. You know what, a Pulitzer Prize? A picture of the plane. Margot, are you taking care of everybody? Of course. How's Margot? Okay. Thank you, everybody.
What was your question?
All right, President Trump, very briefly speaking to the media there as he is on his way to North Dakota right now. Once again, he is going to be participating in a tour of the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library, and also at 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time, President Trump set to deliver some remarks there as well. Now, before he does that, he's also participating in a Freedom 250 train ride and welcome ceremony there in North Dakota, as the president now departing there. And you may notice Air Force One looks a little bit different. President.
Beautiful.
Welcome back.
Sorry, Maria, not you. You are not on my agenda today. Bro, listen to me. Listen to me. Listen, I am a poor man. I come from, listen, this is a little story of my family. I come from a very controversial, my father married my wife. I mean, my mom. So his wife, my father's family, I don't know anything about. But his wife, my mother, they didn't want them together. Not together, they were poor. They struggled. My father was a lot older than my mother, by the way, back in the day. And they struggled a lot financially, but my father was such a hard worker, and he was a very strong Indian, and the belief that if you work hard, you will be rewarded. And so they had to go through this struggle. So, I know, I'm sorry about that. Not my wife. My mother. I'm trying to put it on a third. Forget it. It's a Spanish in my head. But my father found a way to just kind of get into the work construction type of industry, and became a partner for Caterpillar. Caterpillar was the biggest construction company back then in Honduras, building roads, etc. And so we became very wealthy. Now, I was just, I was a toddler when this was happening. My father died when I was 4, and we lost all of that wealth, right? My mother got used to having food, tons of food, abundance of food. And, we had the nicest house at that time in the neighborhood, and we had the nicest things in the neighborhood at that time. But then we became poor when my father passed. And then my mother had to come here and sacrifice, blah, 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 blah. I was poor, blah, blah, blah. I have made successful business. I have failed in business. I have held high positions, lowest positions. I've gone through a bunch of things in my life. And I'm going to tell you something. I know what it's like to have a lot of money. And I know what it's like to have no money. At the end of the day, what I have learned is Jesus Christ is the most important thing in my heart. Because while I love my wife and my children, all those things can be taken away from me. But my faith in God, nobody can take away. And I am a free man because I believe that. Now, with that being said, in the United States of America, we make, you guys don't even know this, but there is trillions of dollars that we collect yearly for the government. And because of all this socialist federal government departments that we have, a lot of that money is gone, which is okay. You know, if we keep building the capitalism that we have, those socialist programs will continue to be funded. Now, this is something that socialists, Democrats, Marxists, communists, whatever these people are today, don't understand, is that if we don't continue to do what we're doing, we're going to lose that. Hey, Bernal in the house. Bernal has accomplished 7 months of membership. Let's see, 5 more months, and you get your President Trump's head on that instead of Marco Rubio. And so, you know, it is what it is. But there's trillions of dollars that get collected every year by here, just our local economy. You guys don't even know that. Now, we're $40 trillion in a deficit. I heard you guys can go ahead and add some information here. Hi, Bernal. How are you, brother? You guys can add some information here. But I heard that is going to be taken care of. Did you know that? Something is going to change. And President Trump has been fighting for our economy to be better than what it was before Biden's administration. The problem is that we have Democrats fighting against that agenda. And for some reason, every single retarded person out there that supports Democrats today, they keep multiplying. Of course, they have added millions of illegal immigrants to that party. But, you know, the facts are that we have to continue to tell the truth. You guys help me, and I help you. We help each other to continue to speak the truth to the people, to everybody. In the United States of America, we spend billions of dollars to protect our nation, $1 trillion to protect our nation. Now, everybody in here, whether you like us or not, whether you like President Trump or not, you are being protected because of people like him, like Republicans today. Because of the mentality that we have, you are being protected. I like how Abdullah, a Muslim piece of shit, comes into my country and my chat to tell me that I'm a joke. Get the fuck out of here and go worship your fake God. Anywho, I was in the middle of something important. Now, I like that Javier Hernandez is here so that he can hear the truth about his piece of shit president. Here in the United States of America, check this out. I have to accommodate my jewels a little bit. Listen, in this country, we are, how to say this? Thank you, Bernal. Did you hear about the birthright citizenship changes? Yes, I have, and I have already addressed it. But we're not done yet. We're going to continue to fight against it. 3 to 4, buddy. 3 to 5, was it? Yeah. 4 to 5. Yeah, 4 to 5 was the decision. So I think we should challenge it again with a better argument. I think that if they add me to the courtroom, we can win. Oh, my God. Somebody tell President Trump about me so that he can invite me over. I can talk with him as a migrant who knows the immigration laws and all the schemes and scams and frauds and all this other stuff that illegal immigrants do. Tell him to give me a call. Get in touch. Anyways, the United States of America is a supreme country. It really is to other nations. The United States of America is so great. We spend trillions of dollars protecting our nation and the world. We help over 195 countries throughout the world. Imagine how great the United States of America is. Now, we can spend $1 billion plus hooking up Air Force One, the most beautiful 747, flying with high class. As our presidents represent the United States of America, greatness is represented. President Trump just said, you know what? I got sick and tired. I mean, our Air Force One jet was beautiful, but it didn't compare to other presidents in power. How does that make us look as a nation? Looks, my friend. Sometimes you got to dress the part. And I'm going to tell you, as an American citizen, I am so happy to see the president and the administration actually cares about beautifying the Capitol, about beautifying this country. Go spend millions of dollars. Hey, it's for us, not for illegals. I'm 100% for it. With that being said, all the Mexicans that come into my chat, especially Javier Hernandez. Bernie, love you, brother. I've been missing you, man. I don't see you as often. Javier Hernandez, pay attention to this, you loser. See, some people think that migrants built this country. No. Migrants have come here to make money for their labor. They didn't come over here and work construction for free. They didn't bring their money and build this country with their money. No, they came here to get paid for a labor so that the actual people who are constructing and building this country can get the job done. Thank you very much, but you got paid for that service. I'm going to give you an example of a good Hispanic American. My brother Berniel. He has 2 businesses that he has worked from the ground up. He builds economy for the United States of America. A lot of people who have businesses that actually pay taxes into our system, they are building America. Those who have jobs, fantastic. You're paying a wage. You're paying a wage. You're getting paid a wage for your labor. I will never say that I built a company when they are paying me to do my job. The owners have built that company. You know what I'm saying? You got to give credit where credit's due. With that being said, check this out. And I make fun of Mexico for this because Javier Hernandez and like the rest of the idiots from Mexico, they think that Mexicans came to make this country great. Brand new to us, 747 Air Force. Our president flies in class. The Mexican president, she has to take her jacket off. She has to go through TSA, build commercial. She has to fly commercial. Because the Mexicans are so great, they can't even afford their own Air Force One. How do you represent your country? Shame on you. You're supposed to be a developed country. And yet, you are worse than a third world country. How is that possible? Let me tell you how. Mexico is full of Mexicans. Oh, man. You know what? Let me finish up my coffee here real quick. God bless the Gulf of America. Man, knowledge is power, ain't it? Knowledge is power. You know, I gave you guys I shared you a video that I had. I created. I clipped this MSNBC, I think it was, right? I clipped this MSNBC talking about how much of a coward President Trump was because he left the G7 early. And MSNBC was saying that he left early because he was a coward. Because he was surrounded by powerful people like him. Little did he know that President Trump was leaving early because unlike the rest of these nincompoops, leaders of all these other countries, he has to get things done. And he destroyed, obliterated the nuclear facility from Iran. Ha! And the Mexican president, it takes forever. I agree, Vic. It takes forever to go to meetings across the world. She has to leave a lot earlier. She doesn't have a real escort to a private plane. Not even a miserable 737, Airbus. Not even that. How pathetic, Mexico. Pathetic. Now, I only say that because of all these fools who don't appreciate the United States of America. Of course, Mexico is great. The people are great. But I'm making fun of these morons who don't acknowledge how great the United States are. That's why I say that. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. All right, with that being said, we do have one more live to go through. I think one more. I was waiting for President Trump because he's supposed to come live as well very soon. But I'm going to go ahead and show you guys a live briefing here from Kash Patel. DOJ updates on Nicaragua investigation. Now, for those of you libtards who want to ignore that we have to maintain and protect our nation and that we should reconsider this birthright citizenship and we should reconsider, which by the way, the Republicans are fighting to get rid of sanctuary cities and other things. I'm going to try to find Jim Jordan commenting on this, but this is a live press conference. It just finished. It was happening as we started the show this morning. But I'll get to the part where they're actually back, and then I'll go ahead and show you there. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
All right, good morning. Good morning, everybody. We are here today because 8 allegedly illegal alien members of Tren de Aragua foreign terrorist organization are being charged with vicious kidnappings and murders in separate cases out of Texas and Illinois. These violent murders should never have occurred in the first place because these men should have never been allowed in our country. Instead, 8 TDA members from Venezuela came here illegally, all 8, every one of them, during the Biden administration, and went on to allegedly commit the heinous crimes described in the charges discussed today. First, let me tell you what happened to a family outside Dallas, Texas. In 2024, 4 men murdered a father, and then they kidnapped his 13-year-old daughter and 12-year-old nephew. Today, right outside Dallas, we unsealed an indictment charging 5 alleged members of TDA with various crimes arising out of that incident I just described. 3 of the 4 are already in custody in the United States for other crimes they had committed, and 1 is being held in Colombia. Also this morning in Chicago, federal and local law enforcement charged 3 alleged TDA members on a criminal complaint charging the brutal murder of another victim in the Chicago area. Our United States attorneys from the Northern District of Illinois and the Northern District of Texas will give you more detail about the 2 incidents that I just described. All 8 of these individuals, the 5 charged in Texas and the 3 in Chicago, crossed our southern border illegally. Every one of them entered under the Biden administration between December 2021 and April 2024. None of these men should have been in this country. The father in Texas should be alive today. His daughter and nephew should have never been kidnapped. The young victim in Chicago should be alive. These violent crimes and murders happened because under the Biden administration, open border policies left our borders wide open, and hundreds of suspected and now convicted TDA terrorists poured through those borders into our country. Now, President Trump stopped this madness on January 20th of last year. That same day, President Trump designated TDA as a foreign terrorist organization. In the 18 months since January 20th, and President Trump did that, nearly 350 members and associates of TDA have been charged and or convicted of horrific violent crime, murders, sex trafficking, kidnappings, along with weapons charges, drug trafficking, robbery, ATM jackpotting, and other widespread financial crimes. Law enforcement in this great nation have worked overtime to find these terrorists, build these cases, and bring them to justice. TDA members who entered under the previous administration should have never set foot on our shores. Much of the work that I just described today was carried out by Joint Task Force Vulcan, which we built to eradicate MS-13 and expanded to take on TDA. Also, the work has been done by our Homeland Security Task Forces, HSTF, established by President Trump to dismantle the cartels and transnational criminal organizations. This is very dangerous law enforcement work. It requires an all-government, all-law enforcement approach. Today I'm joined by two of our United States attorneys from Texas and Illinois, and you'll hear the details from them in a moment about the two charging instruments that I just described. You'll also hear from our FBI Director, Kash Patel. I also want to thank the folks from Task Force Vulcan, our FBI agents on the ground, and our partners at Homeland Security Investigations. All of them, all their work on the ground is the reason why we're here today. So thank them for their work. I'll now turn it over to Director Patel.
Thank you, General. Thanks to President Trump's historic leadership and decision to designate Tren de Aragua as terrorists, because that's what they are, law enforcement was given the tools for the first time to go after this vicious gang for what they are, violent, vicious gangsters. And because of that, the interagency was able to get together and go after and attack street gangs and gangs throughout America. Gangs are the reason why so many drugs, guns, and violence are deployed onto our streets and onto our community and take so many innocent lives, as the Attorney General laid out. The task force, Joint Task Force Vulcan, thank you to you and your leadership, not just for Tren de Aragua, but MS-13. Thank you to our United States attorneys, both in the Northern District of Texas and in the Northern District of Illinois. And a huge thank you to our partners at HSI and the Homeland Security Task Force. And for me, a special thanks to the men and women of the FBI, specifically today in the Dallas and Chicago field offices. This work is an interagency lift by a huge team that gets after it every day in combination with our state and local partners, and the results here and the details that you're about to be given will speak for themselves. I just want to highlight, since President Trump took office and let good cops be cops, what law enforcement has done collectively with our brave prosecutors at the Department of Justice and our Attorney General Blanche's leadership. We've arrested 29,000 violent gang members since President Trump was sworn in. We've disrupted and dismantled 2,700 gangs around the country. That is a 365% increase from the same time period into the last prior administration. We had seen specifically, as it relates to Tren de Aragua, a 519% increase in arrests. As the Attorney General laid out, you've seen hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Tren de Aragua violent gangsters and thugs picked up and arrested and taken off our streets permanently for crimes ranging from kidnapping to murder, to drug trafficking, to firearms violence, and more. We are safeguarding American citizens and American communities because President Trump decided to put law enforcement first, give us the resources that we need to do our jobs and safeguard our communities, and make sure that the details that you're about to hear never happen again to another community in Dallas or Chicago or anywhere else. And that is due entirely to the leadership of President Trump and allowing the Federal Bureau of Investigation to partner with our interagency folks and our state and local partners across the country to make sure this never happens again. And the reach, as you will hear, of the long arm of the law, that is the United States Department of Justice and our partners, will go wherever we find any one of these gangbangers to be hiding. We will get them anywhere in the country. We will go overseas to get them. And as you just saw last month with our successful takedown of the ATM jackpotting scheme led by Tren de Aragua, we will go overseas and get the highest ranking members of Tren de Aragua and bring them here to justice. Attorney General, I just want to thank you for your brilliant leadership, your support of law enforcement, and the men and women of the FBI. It's a truly great partnership. It is a historic partnership. And I want to thank President Trump for recognizing Tren de Aragua for what they are, terrorists, and that is how we are always going to treat them. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ryan Rabel, the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Texas. I'd like to thank General Blanche for his leadership in helping empower us U.S. attorneys in the field to eradicate TDA from our communities. TDA is a transnational criminal organization that has metastasized its reach across the Western Hemisphere by preserving and promoting its power through intimidation and violence. But whenever violence enters a community, that is when freedom leaves. This is not just an abstract concept. People in our communities, including in North Texas, are impacted when the activities of gangs, particularly TDA, go unchecked. Kids cannot play in parks or walk to the ice cream shop with their grandparents. Parents go to bed at night worried that stray bullets might hit their homes. The Trump administration has helped us return freedom back to our communities by systemically attacking and dismantling TDA, criminal enterprises, and other violent street gangs. Yesterday's indictment in the Northern District of Texas underscores the extraordinary efforts we are making in North Texas to disrupt and dismantle any TDA presence. I learned of this case because of the great work of our state and local partners, those in the Dallas County District Attorney's Office, Farmers Branch Police Department, and the Dallas Police Department. Through their efforts and prosecution of one of the TDA members earlier this year, the evidence that came to light compelled me, as well as General Blanche and Director Patel, to act. Let me tell you what that evidence was. On August 24th, 2024, in the middle of night, a man and two kids had their hands zip tied and were kidnapped by TDA members who demanded that they pay them money. Once the TDA members realized the man could not pay them any money, they pulled over by a bridge in Dallas and told the man to jump off. When he refused to do so and attempted to flee, a TDA member gunned him down, execution style, in front of the two children. The Farmers Branch Police found the man on the side of the road, abandoned and bleeding from the head because of a single gunshot right between his eyes. This led my office to initiate an international investigation of this transnational criminal organization. I immediately mobilized my violent crime chief, Jeremy Fugate, to team up with Task Force Vulcan and the Homeland Security Task Force, which includes many different agencies, particularly FBI and HSI, to investigate this transnational gang at the highest levels. Yesterday was a culmination of this outstanding multi-agency collaboration to bring the full force of the federal government on TDA's presence in Texas and our nation. In our federal indictment, a Northern District of Texas grand jury charged 5 TDA members, including a high-ranking TDA official, Hector Garcia Zuniga, also known as Murray, with racketeering charges spanning state lines and international borders, including murder, kidnapping, and jackpotting. Those defendants charged in our indictment are all foreign nationals who have illegally been present at one time or another in this country. Those defendants are as follows: Murray, who I just mentioned a moment ago, Carlos Luis Zambrano Bolivar, Yanni Jesus Serrano, Jonathan Toro Gonzalez, and Hiker Mendoza. And let me be clear, we're just continuing to investigate, and we're going to dig deeper and deeper. And I'll end with this. To members of TDA, we're coming for you, and we're particularly coming for you if you come to North Texas. With that, I'll turn it over to the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois.
Good morning. My name is Andrew S. Boutros, and I'm the United States Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois. It's an honor and privilege to stand here with General Blanche and all of our other law enforcement partners as we make this important announcement. A criminal complaint was filed yesterday in the Northern District of Illinois charging 3 individuals, Josue Pacheco Torres, Cliver Montesano Bursino, and a 3rd individual with kidnapping, conspiracy, and committing a kidnapping that resulted in death. And let me just also describe the ruthless kidnapping and murder that occurred that is the basis of this criminal complaint. On a spring afternoon in May of this year, just less than 60 days or so ago, a victim was walking with 2 other men near a particular park in Chicago, which houses a large green space on the south side of Chicago with 3 playgrounds, a basketball court, and a baseball field. The defendants captured the victim and then forced him into a car where he was initially driven to a Chicago apartment. There, the defendant and their co-conspirators bound the victim's wrists behind his back, held him against his will, and kept him in there for hours. They later exited this apartment with the victim, where now the victim's hands were tied behind his back. They transported the victim to an abandoned building in Chicago, where he was shot multiple times in the head and in the body. The victim's lifeless body was left face down in the bathroom, partially in the bathtub, in an abandoned unit. When the victim's body was recovered, it was badly beaten, and there were blunt force trauma and injury to his head, his face, his arms, his neck, his hands, and his torso. The following night, the Chicago Police Department received a call from the victim's mother, who requested a wellness check at the abandoned building. The mother told the police that she had been directed to the building by an individual associated with the co-conspirators. Chicago police entered the building and found the victim dead inside the bathroom, shot multiple times, and again with the victim's wrist still being bound behind his back. I want you to think about those facts for a moment. A man kidnapped from a park in Chicago in broad daylight, beaten, held against his will, taken to an abandoned building and shot multiple times, and left in a bathtub. All in the name of Tren de Aragua, and to show just how brutal and merciless this gang is, someone then went and called the victim's mother and told her where she could find her lifeless son's body. The violence that TDA has wrought in Chicago did not begin this spring afternoon in May. Federal law enforcement has been investigating these murderers and these various shootings involving suspected TDAs since 2024, when the new administration came in. And make no mistake that a new dawn of crime fighting is underway in Chicago. It started when in the United States in January of 2025, when President Trump was sworn into office, and it also began when in April of 2025, when General Blanche and General Bondi supported me to become the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois. In Chicago, we are laser focused on anti-violence work and on being serious about going after criminals who wreak havoc and violence in our community. And the numbers and the stats reflect the level of seriousness and commitment that we are bringing to bear in this particular program area that is of vital importance. These charges today are just one example of the tireless work that our federal law enforcement apparatus in Chicago is undertaking. And it is literally the reflection of the fact that the feds, all the various agencies, and the U.S. Attorney's Office were working day and night, we're working weekends and holidays to keep the citizens of Northern Illinois safe. I couldn't be prouder of our federal prosecutors and law enforcement partners who have embraced the anti-violence initiative that I've been leading. This 4th of July weekend, as we celebrate the 250th birthday of the greatest nation on earth, many families in Chicago will be able to celebrate with loved ones because the whole of federal government in Chicago is taking violent crime seriously in a way that hasn't been seen in years. The scourge of violence in Chicago has gripped Chicago for too long, and now Chicago is beginning to see relief. The complaint against these 3 TDA members should leave no doubt that the U.S. Attorney's Office in Chicago will vigorously pursue transnational organizations and hold their members and associates accountable for their violent criminal acts. We will continue to prioritize these investigations, in particular of TDA, which very deservedly have been designated by President Trump and his administration as a terrorist organization. Our shared goal is crystal clear: to disrupt and dismantle TDA and not allow it to gain a foothold in the United States or in Chicagoland. Plus, we want to bring to justice those who break the law, especially using violence. Thank you, General Blanche, Director Patel, and all the other partners who are here for the tremendous leadership and unwavering partnership. I want to thank the FBI, HSI, ATF, DEA, and the many others who are on the front line as we work to fight the scourge of TDA and other violence. I'll also say that tomorrow, I'll be back in Chicago tonight, but in tomorrow, and we have a major anti-violence announcement coming out of Chicago involving a historic operation that is actually fully coming down today, and we'll be announcing the results of what we're calling a badgeless operation, and the results of that tomorrow. So for those interested, stay tuned. Big news out of Chicago in the anti-violence front. Thank you.
Just before we take questions, if you can note, we're putting some photos up from the complaint from the Chicago arrests, and you can see in one of the photos that's on the screen right now, one of the alleged participants is wearing an ankle bracelet because he's out on bail in Chicago for very serious crimes. And again, there'll be more coming out about that in the coming days, but it's an example of the dangers of no cash bail and sanctuary city policies that results in things like those photos. All right, I'll take a couple of questions.
I have two questions. I know the administration has been using terrorism charges against TDA members in other cases. Is it possible that those charges will be added in these cases?
Yes. Yes. Oftentimes, those charges, additional charges, come later in the case when we're able to supersede. And I've instructed, President Trump's instructed our prosecutors to, wherever possible, add any sort of terrorism charges to existing cases or cases that we're charging. So, yes.
I have a question for the FBI director, if you don't mind. Reuters is reporting that the ransom notes that were sent regarding Nancy Guthrie's disappearance are fake. Are you able to confirm that those have been determined to be fake?
I'm not going to comment on that. We are continuing to assist that investigation. We've always been in an assist role. It's a state matter being led by the state authorities. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. I have questions about two recent Supreme Court rulings. Let's start with yesterday, the birthright citizenship ruling. I know you guys announced yesterday you're going to ramp up efforts to combat birth tourism schemes. But Secretary Mullin said earlier today there are discussions about other options after this ruling. Can you discuss what other options are on the table after you got today's decision?
Well, from a Department of Justice standpoint, it's obviously focusing our prosecutors and our law enforcement partners on birthing tourism, and it's a booming industry, and it will continue. It will continue given the Supreme Court's decision yesterday. There's other things that DHS can do and the federal government can do in the visa process and the application process to try to minimize or limit the opportunity of folks coming here to not to visit and not to do what they're saying they're doing on their tourist visa, but just to have a baby that can then be a U.S. citizen. So from our standpoint, it's focusing on what is a problem. So everybody should agree that it's a violation of our laws if your intent in coming here, if you're pregnant, is to have a child to become a United States citizen because of our now laws. And so what we have to do as the Department of Justice is make sure our agents, our HSI agents that we work with and the FBI are focused on stopping that, and that's what we're going to do.
I have a question on one of the Supreme Court case. There was another ruling in the Hawaii gun case, ruling that banning guns on private property is unconstitutional. There are other states that have those same laws. Is the Justice Department going to take action against any other states that have those laws currently on the books after this ruling?
Yeah, look, I think Maryland, California, New Jersey, New York have basically existing laws that are now unconstitutional. So the fact that the Department of Justice should have to take action is embarrassing to the attorneys generals and the leadership in those states if we do have to take action, because they now have a law that the Supreme Court has said is a violation of our Constitution. So if we have to sue them, of course we will, and they should be sued. But it shouldn't take this Department of Justice telling a state they're violating the Constitution when the Supreme Court told them they were yesterday. So it's not only those 4 states. There's a bunch of other states that have pending legislation that mirrors the Hawaii law that was just declared unconstitutional. So I expect those efforts will cease, but we'll see what those states do, and if they don't immediately rectify their unconstitutional law, we'll do it for them.
Thank you, Attorney General. How have the earthquakes in Venezuela impacted any of the Tren de Aragua investigations or ongoing cases?
I mean, it's a horrific tragedy, and I think at a time when, over the past week, 10 days, a lot of the effort that we've been entering into has been to save lives and to help the communities there recover. I view that as a separate track from the work we're doing here to combat TDA, whether they're here or in Colombia or Venezuela. So I don't view the tragedy as having slowed us down. It's just something that we all of our hearts break for what happened in Venezuela, and that's separate apart from the work we're doing on the TDA folks.
My question's for U.S. Attorney Boutros. You said that you had launched a review in light of the revelations of prosecutorial misconduct that came out of your office. Can you kind of give us a sense of where that review stands, how many cases are being examined, and how many cases could potentially be in jeopardy?
So I implemented a several phase remediation plan. And so we've already implemented phase 1, which went into effect immediately, which was prospective in nature, so future, and it set out very bright line rules for federal prosecutors in my office about what they need to do in terms of turning over grand jury materials, when they turn it over, and things of that nature. And it removed discretion from the prosecutors and created bright line rules so that there would be no error in judgment or otherwise. Phase 2 of the remediation plan is now going back to examine to see, are there other errors that were committed both by the specific prosecutor who has been a topic of focus as well as other prosecutors. So that is going to actually be multiple categories. So I've already announced in one of the filings that all the grand jury presentations by this particular prosecutor will be examined going all the way back to 2007. In addition to that, we are putting together a massive plan that's going to involve a review of basically all pending grand jury matters in the entire district, which will probably take us in an order of magnitude close to 4 figures. In addition to that, there will be an additional review of additional minutes in grand jury presentations for an additional category of prosecutors. So when this is all said and done, I will tell you that well over 1,000 grand jury presentations will be reviewed in the Northern District of Illinois. It'll both be retroactive, looking at what happened, in some cases going all the way back almost 20 years. It'll cover everything that is happening now that's pending in court, and so it is current, and therefore there can be assurances and confidence that the cases that are pending are not suffering from those issues, and if they are, that they can be appropriately raised and litigated by the defendants. And it will also ensure that the prosecutors who are in my office and who have been in my office have acted ethically and in accordance with the expectations of the department. So it's going to be a massive review, a comprehensive review, and it is underway, and it's being formulated as we speak.
The first question, Mr. Blanche, is what is the status of TDA in the United States now? I know that the administration has killed the 2 leaders abroad, but I guess what is the status of the gang in the United States now?
So we've arrested, I think, almost 350 alleged or confirmed members of TDA. There's a lot more. There's a ton of ongoing investigations. Task force, I mean, that's a big part of the work they're doing. Their focus during the first Trump administration for several years was MS-13, and now we're focused more on TDA. I think that the numbers speak for themselves. 350 of a Venezuelan gang is a pretty good start. I think that the way these cases work is you get cooperating witnesses that are arrested that tell you about other individuals and other crimes that they were part of or they know happened, and those cases are then developed and charged. So I thought this was a good time to update. These are important cases and heartbreaking cases, but also a nice check-in point to say that we've got 350 of them. There's a lot more that we're investigating, and I think that you'll hear about more arrests in the coming months.
And I just have just for Director Patel, can you talk about the threat mitigation landscape for this weekend, both here in DC, but also across the country?
So we have a lot of events going on. We've got the World Cup. which we're about halfway through. We have the 250 events that have already kicked off here, and what we've done under the leadership of the White House and President Trump is utilize the interagency and our state and local partners and basically dispersed around the country, and have had, specifically for the FBI, our special agents in charge of respective field offices make sure we have security plans in place for each and every single event. You've seen what we've done at the World Cup so far, and we're going to continue to do that. As it relates specifically to 250 events, we're working with the interagency, Homeland Security specifically, and mostly our state and local partners where these events are taking place to ensure that Americans have a tremendous time and a safe time celebrating America's 250th.
All right, just one more question.
Yeah, so quick follow-up on that one before. Has there been any credible threats at this point in regard to similar to ones that we saw with the UFC fight?
Putting the UFC fight aside, we are constantly working with the intelligence community and state and local partners to share even information that is not credible in an abundance of caution. So far, to date, we have not seen and received credible information for any ongoing future threats, but we're going to continue to monitor that.
And then for Attorney General Blanche, a few weeks ago, Governor Gavin Newsom said that he was under an investigation by the DOJ. He called this political targeting. What can you share, at least respond to what his comments were on that matter?
I mean, the only thing I'll say about what he chose to do and what he chose to say is I'm not sure his words are in any way grounded in fact. He'd have to address that, but to the extent there's investigations that are ongoing, I will not talk about them, and neither will anybody behind me or in this department. He can choose to say whatever he thinks helps him. It doesn't make it true. All right, thank you, guys.
I didn't want you guys to I didn't want you guys to hear me shaking the bottle and all that stuff. It's funny we're talking about all this drinking beer and everything, but you know, don't ask the women to reveal how old they are. Never ask a woman. You always tell them that they are very young. Tell me lies, tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. I think she says white little lies, not sweet, but you get the point. Anywho, enough about drinking. You a bunch of alcoholics on this chat. Yes, demographic says that most of the people that listen to my channel, that come to my channel, we do have a few teens, like a very small percentage of teens that come in. Some in the 20s and 30s. The majority of the demographics that come through are people my age. I am 50. I just turned 50 this last month. Don Mitch gave me a bunch of gifts and made me feel special. And older. So just take that with a little grain of salt, okay? Don't ask people how old they are. All I know is that the reason why I go so hard on this channel is because I know that most people watching my channel are grown adults. So I got to talk to them like they're adults. And sometimes when these libtards come in here, it's like they prove me wrong. Like they always prove me wrong. Now, if you guys actually read the description on my channel, right, on this, and every video now, I just left it in there. This podcast is intended for adults. Anyone under the age of 18 should have parental permission. Because we must continue to tell the truth. Tanya, I ain't saying nothing. Oh, boy. All right. The next live that I have here, actually, President Trump is already live, just so you know. President Trump is already live. I think he's at the where is he? Where is he at? I don't have it in front of me. The Theodore Roosevelt something. I'll look it up. But I think that they're like, who's showing it? Let me see. Who is showing it? I think the White House actually it's showing it. Let me see. I'll put it in the chat. Tell me, number one, if you want to hear Markwayne Mullin holding a press briefing to highlight Trump's administration's Coast Guard investments, or if you want to watch President Trump participating at an event at the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library. Give me a 1 for Mullin or a 2 for Trump. Okay, Amanda is already has already actually voted for the Teddy Roosevelt Library. But that, or she just corrected me and what the name is. All right, let's why don't we do this? We're going to watch both of them anyways, let's go ahead and put the White House streaming. I don't know how long it is. We'll take a look. 2-1. There we go. That's it. 30 minutes, it says. We will begin shortly, says the White House message here. Everybody wants to hear Trump. Everybody wants to hear Trump. This is MAGA country in this place, man. Or as they say in our ghetto times, this is MAGA country, bitch. Or in the ghetto times, we'll say, this is MAGA country in this bitch. Just while we wait, we're going to go ahead and... Actually, we don't wait. Let me fast forward a little bit. Let me see where is the beginning of this mug. 30 minutes. I'm already at 15 and nothing is happening. What's going on? Bruh. This is going to be like a quick brief. A quick brief, it looks like. It's not going to be that long, okay? Now, there is another live I thought that was going to happen. That was happened a long time ago. But let's watch what we got.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. Want to just say one quick word, which is that this incredible, amazing, improbable Presidential Library and Museum would not have been possible with all of you. Give yourselves a hand. You guys were all key to making this happen. Way to go. You've all been invited to this special private ceremony. We, of course, have a special guest here today on this remarkable and historic day. And we'd like to, also with me on stage, I'd like to introduce Britt Slabinski. Britt is the president of the National Medal of Honor Society. But as you can see, he's also a Medal of Honor winner. So thank you, Britt, for your service. Thank you for everything you've done. And with that, we have someone who's got a very, very remarkable surprise for the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library opening. Please join me in welcoming the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump. Of Theodore Roosevelt. You may know that Theodore Roosevelt himself and his son Theodore Roosevelt Jr. are both Medal of Honor winners, one of only two pairs in our history. Their Medal of Honors have never been together, but because of the generosity and support of President Trump, he brings with him today, right? This is Theodore Roosevelt's actual Medal of Honor, presenting it to the museum.
Sit down, man.
thank you very much. It was in the Roosevelt Room for many, many years. And when I heard about this, I said, maybe we'll think about it. Then I saw what you did and what a magnificent library you built. It's really a library, it's a museum, it's a center, and it's a great tribute. And I said, let's take it from the Roosevelt Room, which is a very important room in the White House. I use it all the time. I'll be a little bit lonely in there without it. But I thought this would be a really an appropriate place to have it. And it's very special. You're a very special man.
That's funny.
There are
Chris.
very few people that have them. You know, I want to give one to myself, but they tell me I'm not allowed to. My son over here, both of them. I said, fellas, I'd love to give one of them to me. What have I done where I deserve it? And they couldn't think of anything. So I'm not happy with them today. Now, there's no higher award. That's the Congressional Medal of Honor, the highest award we have. You have the Presidential Medal of Freedom. That's more of the civilian nature, but those two. But in particular that, because what you have to go through is very rough. So it's an honor to be with you. Congratulations. And it's an honor to be with my friend Doug, who's a spectacular Secretary of the Interior, to put it mildly. There's never been anyone better.
So I know you're all here looking forward to what will be a significant presidential address down at the amphitheater, but before you go, we have one last thing. President Trump being here on this day of dedicating this library, it is a historic moment to have a sitting president here to help do that. We're ceremoniously, the president and I, going to cut the ribbon, and then we'll all see you down at the amphitheater after that. But President, let's grab a scissors. They did say no running with these. There'll be... First, give a smile first. Well, we need audience participation. You guys can from 10. How about that? 10. Thank you all. We'll see you down at the amphitheater. Let's go, North Dakota.
Like a boss. President Trump, that's my president, and I am gay for Trump. Man, these libtards just don't like us to be happy. What is going on? Why so much hate, bro? I just want to know, why so much hate? Don't hate, celebrate. Don't hate, celebrate. Now, I think Ryan has a little bit of an update for us. You guys know that we've been watching Ryan for a little bit here. This is Ryan from Max Afterburner. If you guys haven't subscribed to his channel, I recommend you do. You guys will actually love to hear some information from him. He's actually very good. I'm impressed with Ryan. I really am. He's got almost 1 million subscribers. Can you believe that? Man, this guy is badass. Let's see what he has for us today. I just want to make sure that
Welcome
I give
to the video,
credit.
everybody. Let me...
Hold on, essay. I'm not ready yet. I just want to make sure that you guys know that is his channel. go make sure that you subscribe, like, and share if you need to encourage others to learn what's going on in our country. Sometimes, I actually started watching Ryan because he was like just showing off some insights on jets and weaponization and all this other stuff, from air fighters. And I'm hooked. I gotta watch the guy. So there we go. I want to make sure that he gets credit for this. Sometimes he does a little plug-in on his show. And sometimes I let it play, but I don't want to get in trouble either for, putting announcements on there that I'm not approved. So with that being said, let's go ahead and take a listen and see what else he has for us. Okay? Here we go.
Let me show you something that happened yesterday that nobody's talking about. In the mountains of western Iran, Pava, Bana, Maravan, Mahabad, Kurdish fighters hit the IRGC in at least 4 separate armed attacks inside a single 24-hour window. 4 Iranian security personnel reported down. Clashes spread across a 200-kilometer arc of Zagros mountain terrain, simultaneously coordinated. The IRGC is calling it terrorist attacks. Oh, terrorist attacks. Isn't it beautiful seeing the pot calling the kettle black? This was always coming, and I think the IRGC is getting a massive taste of their own medicine.
How does it feel? You see that? They're calling it terrorist attacks. Well, wait a minute. What? The terrorist calling it a terrorist attack. That's funny. Well done, Ryan. Well done.
July 1st, everybody. Welcome to the video. Oh, also got a new upgraded sign. Yes, it's me. It's not anybody trying to recreate my channel. It's Max Afterburner, and we've got a new sign. More to come on that a little bit later. But on the exact same day that these armies were fighting against the IRGC Navy's political deputy, its public face, the commander who spent the last 4 months standing at a podium threatening to close the Strait of Hormuz, was found deceased on a highway in southern Iran. His vehicle overturned on the Yaz-Kerman road. Iranian authorities said car accident investigation open, don't speculate. I think this was General Glizzy. He was eating a glizzy as he was going down the road and happened to get distracted because the glizzy was so delicious. And yeah, for those of you that don't know what a glizzy is, it's what all the kids are calling a hot dog these days. Yeah, it's a glizzy. Even somebody proposed with a glizzy. I mean, this is just class at its finest. There's also a glizzy protector that keeps people from seeing you while you're eating a glizzy. So apparently General Glizzy from the IRGC didn't have his protection on. But basically at the same moment as that general was taken out, Iran's negotiators were sitting in Doha, Qatar, trying to hold together a nuclear deal that has 60 days on the clock. At this point, we're going to break down the armed resistance factions, what could be going on in Tehran. Also, the supreme leader is trying to convince the leadership to sign the memo. He's trying to get the memorandum of understanding official because maybe he sees the writing on the wall that cracks are forming in the regime a lot faster than anybody in the IRGC wants to admit. We'll break down the different air power that could be involved, specifically the advanced drones and support that some of these rebel factions could be getting inside of Iran that could help cause a full-blown resistance to take place. And it's not just in Kurdistan. It's not just the Kurds that are out there. Remember a few months back when everybody was relying on the Kurds, saying the Kurds are going to take over, the Kurds are going to handle everything. Well, we know they could do something, and they're actually starting to strike certain areas in Iran, but there's more resistance factions that are popping up basically every single day. While the whole world's watching the Strait of Hormuz, something is igniting inside Iran that no one else is talking about. And drones, tankers, air power, ISR, keeping ISR platforms up and overhead could be the winning combination that actually allows free people in Iran to topple the regime. And then stay for the global roundup section because today we're covering a hot topic with Ukraine looking at striking more and more targets inside of Crimea, with even a resistance speaker saying that Crimea could fall to Ukraine. So that'll come up about 3/4 of the way through the video. So basically Iran's trying to make a deal in Doha right now, but the Zagros Mountains are starting to speak up, and the Zagros Mountains seem to have other plans and a little bit of a distraction for Iran as it tries to gaslight the world. But one thing that you'll notice when you spend this much time breaking down this war is that most people are only watching one layer of it. They see the strikes, they see the rhetoric, they see the news. What they don't see is the command structure and strategy underneath all of it. Who's actually calling the shots in Tehran? Who's the real general that's in charge? What is Iran actually trying to preserve, and what does that look like at this moment right now with different factions vying for different opportunities? Well, I spent years in classified vaults planning for this war and others. I know what's actually happening here and why, and that's exactly why I wrote about it in my new book, The Art of Modern War. This book lays out the full picture, the command structure, the proxy relationships, strategic levers, and what war is actually revealing about how modern conflicts are fought and won. So every video I make here is a daily breakdown, but the book to me is the full framework that fills in the cracks. So if you want to understand what actually is happening behind the scenes, you can pre-order this book right now, signed or unsigned at mabbook.com, and that link is in the description. But now let's rewind 24 hours because the sequencing here matters for the cracks that we're seeing form within the Iranian regime. On June 30th, 2026, Iranian security forces were hit in armed clashes in at least 4 locations across Iran's Kurdish majority western provinces. Pava and Kermanshah province, Banay and Kurdistan province. I wonder why they call it Kurdistan province. Miravan and Mahabad in western Azerbaijan province. These attacks are not isolated incidents, and they're not happening in the exact same place. Even reports that I'm finding on Reddit are showing that there is a big movement of attacks occurring across all of western Iran, and Iran doesn't want anybody to know about it. They're spread across 200 plus kilometers of mountainous Zagros terrain, the exact geography where Kurdish fighters have operated for decades. And on that same day, Mohammad Azerbada, the political deputy and official public spokesperson, he became the spokesperson of the IRGC Navy. The man who had been EU sanctioned for his role in restricting Hormuz navigation and who regularly delivered the IRGC's on-camera threats against the United States. Basically best friends with General Tuna and General Salami, and at this point General Glizzy is who I'm calling him. So we got the Glizzy, we got the Tuna, and we got the Salami, and it's all a delicious cocktail party. At this point, the cocktail party seemed to have gone up in flames. But he was reported that he was gone after his vehicle overturned on the Yaz-Kerman highway in southeastern Iran's Kerman province. Fars news agency, that's the IRGC's owned outlet. They own it. It's their mouthpiece. They reported the accident. Police and emergency crews attended the scene. Azerbada was evacuated to a medical center where he succumbed to his injuries. Iranian authorities launched an investigation and they said, don't speculate about this. Nothing to see here. He definitely wasn't eating a glizzy and got distracted. No, not at all. Here's what is confirmed. A senior IRGC naval commander is gone, and the IRGC is taking armed casualties inside its own borders on the exact same day. So Iran's fighting a war in the Zagros Mountains on the side while one of their top generals goes bye-bye on a mystery highway. At this point, the IRGC should probably look at Allstate for upping their insurance. But to understand why this matters, you need to know exactly what's going on in those mountains, because Kurds make up roughly 10 to 12% of Iran's population already. They've lived along the western border for over 400 years, and they have been fighting this regime in one form or another since the moment Ayatollah Khamenei declared jihad against them in 1979. Literally declared jihad against his own people in 1979. Are we really surprised? Yeah, kind of par for the course for this guy. Not exactly going to be on the Kurds' Christmas card list, if you will. But the coalition facing the IRGC today is not the same scattered, underfunded resistance of the 1980s. On February 22nd, 2026, 6 days before Operation Fury began, 5 major Iranian Kurdish parties formally unified under the coalition of political forces of Iranian Kurdistan. Their stated goal: topple the Iranian regime and achieve Kurdish self-determination. For the first time in their modern history, these groups are politically and militarily coordinated under one command. Here's who's in the room right now. The PJAK, Kurdistan Free Life Party, and its armed wing, the YRK. Atlantic Council analysts assessed that the YRK as fielding the most capable fighters in the coalition, and some of them even women, operating out of the Kandal mountain range near the Iran-Iraq border. PJAK, for you acronym lovers, has reportedly accounted for roughly 70% of all Kurdish armed attacks on the Iranian regime since 2014. Some of its fighters trained along U.S. forces during the campaign against ISIS in Iraq and also potentially Syria. PDKI, Kurdistan Democratic Party of Iran, that's the oldest and most established group, which was founded in 1945, which has led past insurgencies against both the Shah and the Islamic Republic. So they've got some experience. And the PAK is the Kurdistan Freedom Party. Founded in 1991, they fought alongside Kurdish forces against ISIS, and they had already been attacking IRGC positions in Kermanshah and Loristan provinces before the war even started. Kabat Organization and Kamala, rounding out the coalition with their own Peshmerga forces and decades of operational experiences on the border terrain. So at this point, the IRGC is fighting a war on two fronts. They're fighting the U.S. in the Strait of Hormuz. Now it looks like a definite uptick in forces that are going in and striking the IRGC in the Zagros Mountains. The estimated combined strength of the Kurds, around 2,500 fighters based in the Kurdistan region of Iraq, with established cross-border infiltration routes into the Zagros Mountains themselves. These are not militia amateurs. They're people who already know every ravine, every ridgeline, and every IRGC checkpoint in 200 kilometers of mountain country that the IRGC supposedly owns. Their current weapons load, though, is light infantry, AK pattern rifles, RPG, and mortars. What are some of the changes that have happened to add to those weapons? Well, enter the drone situation, FPV kamikaze drones. The same sub-$500 drones that has transformed the Ukrainian front are proliferating across the Middle East. A Kurdish unit operating in the Zagros Mountains terrain with FPV swarms and ISR drones could hold ground against IRGC armored vehicles in ways that light infantry can't. The mountains create natural choke points, and I actually saw this in Afghanistan with how hard it is to fight insurgents when they know those natural choke points. And ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, gives you the high ground without even having to climb it. Loitering munitions like the Switchblade class of drones already have been used in the theater, and so you don't need an air force for the Kurds to dominate mountain terrain when they've got eyes in the sky and a drone that costs less than a tank shell, the munition fired out of a tank. So the IRGC is bringing tanks to a mountain fight, but the mountains don't exactly care about armor, to say the least. Now let's talk about what the weapons pipeline looks like, and the question that nobody wants to answer out loud. So during the war, President Trump told Reuters he would be, quote, all for it if the Kurds wanted to move against Iran. He said their objective should be to win. Reuters reported Israel was actively backing plans for Iranian Kurdish militias to seize border areas in Iran. A Congressional Research Service analyst in March noted that the opening phase of Operation Epic Fury had already done the shaping work. U.S. and Israeli airstrikes hit Iranian military positions along the Iran-Iraq border, degrading command nodes, air defenses, and logistic networks that previously constrained Kurds' activity. 5 major Iranian dissident groups had formed their alliance. The Atlantic Council assessed the groundwork had been laid for a cross-border Kurdish offensive. Then it reportedly got stomped out. Regional reports claim Turkish President Erdogan personally persuaded Trump to scrap the formal arming plan after details were allegedly leaked to Ankara by White House officials. Israeli media reported pressure was applied before the plan could be executed. Turkey opposed any Kurdish offensive that could benefit the PJAK, given its ties to the PKK, another group which Ankara designated as a terrorist organization. So as you can see, a lot of cross-border politics basically put handcuffs on the Kurds to begin with. So the official pipeline was reportedly shut down then. But here's the question I'm going to leave on the table for you. How exactly does a sophisticated, multi-party, well-organized military coalition, one that received direct diplomatic encouragement from a sitting U.S. president, one that was actively being positioned for a cross-border offensive in March, show up in June running coordinated simultaneous attacks across 200 kilometers of mountainous terrain with apparently zero external support? Did something shift? Did something change? Are there cracks forming that now international partners see as an opportunity? Well, on June 29th, resistance units launched that coordinated campaign across Tehran, Isfahan, Tabas, installing posters, painting graffiti, publicly calling for regime change. And these aren't even the Kurds. These are other resistance groups. Time to coincide with the Free Iran 2026 Global Summit held outside Paris, where the NCRI's leadership described Iran's regime as having reached its last stop, with the appointment of Mojtaba Khamenei as its supreme leader being the downfall, potentially even the IRGC pressuring the leadership in Tehran, where it looks like a lot of the leadership in Iran doesn't feel like the new supreme leader is hardcore enough. So there's two simultaneous internal pressure campaigns, armed insurgency in the border provinces, and now there's some resistance cells that we're seeing pop up and operate in 3 major cities across Iran, running at the exact same time. And then analysts have already documented Iran's pattern of attributing sensitive, high-profile eliminations to accidents or natural causes precisely when acknowledging a strike or an assassination would require a mandatory escalatory public response. And again, they don't want their
We have breaking news and something rather odd to see. We've been watching this during the commercial break. So this is what it looks like. 2 people are at the top on the spire part of the Empire State Building, holding a flag that we think says, because it's blowing in the wind, "Power of love beats love of power. The world knows peace." Well, that beautiful statement, however it may happen,
I keep trying to not distract you guys with noise that I make. What I was saying is that we're going to continue on the issue, but from a different source. And I said, God bless Ryan, and thank you for your service. This is a breaking news. Protesters climb the Empire State Building spire. Thank you for reminding me that I am muted. Son of a gun, this sound guy is going to get fired. I have a soft spot for this guy. Very soon I'm going to have to fire his ass. Keeps keeping me muted. Anyways, I guess some protesters, I guess we don't know what the flag says, but imagine these guys, the adrenaline rushing, right? What a view. What a view. I just want to see if they jump off.
is way up in the sky. And the 2 people are dressed in all black, and they are wearing masks. They appear to be a man and woman duo, but that's hard to tell from the ground. So with our drone or helicopter here, we can see them better. We've reached out to the New York Police Department to see what's happening on the ground. So, I mean, we need to get some ground cover now, because if they have, surrounded this building, we would know it. But right now, the only eyes that we have are from the sky, those 2 people hanging on with that banner.
If you don't know, I'm the sound guy, I'm the camera guy, I'm the graphics design guy, I am the IT guy, I am the director, the executor, I am the anchor, I am the Dennis Herrera Show. This is the show where me, myself, and I, all 3 of us, work together to bring this up to you. Yes, I am a man of many hats, as most of you already know.
We'll wait for them to return our call. And pray that those people can hang on to the spire for as long as they need to and don't fall. That is, I don't know, Paul, you've been here a long time in New York.
Yeah, the last thing I had like this I had to handle as the duty inspector was somebody climbed up on the Statue of Liberty, and we had to try to get her down. And then she was threatening to jump on top of all of us. So ESU comes, that's the SWAT guys.
Wait, is that Catwoman? Looks like Catwoman right there.
Mm-hmm. And they take the measures that they have to take. You get the hostage negotiation people, even though it's not a hostage, to talk them down. The NYPD knows what to do here. And if they do fall, it's very likely they'll just land on that platform there, that they're not going to go all the way down to the street. There's a history of this kind of stuff They should not have been able to get up there, however.
That's my question. How do you
So-
get on the spire of the Empire State Building?
There are structures there that are supposed to prevent this, so let's see how this pans out.
Paul, can I ask you, when
Let me just tell you, somebody should be fired. They were given access. Somebody should be fired. Maybe they are the people in charge of access.
When I see that, of course, we think about the safety of those individuals, but I think about the safety of the first responders who put their lives on the line for a radical and ridiculous stunt like this. Talk to us about the safety measures that first responders have to go through to ensure that they don't get hurt in the process of rescuing.
Yeah,
Two
so
people like that.
the patrol guys will get there and they're going to say, okay, can you come down? Will you come down? You realize, all right, we're going to have an ongoing situation. That's why I mentioned DSU. That's SWAT for general parlance.
I don't know how to take that libtard. I've never been complimented with an insult at the same time. I will take the good and leave the bad. Are you not entertained? Oh, Don Mitch says, where is security? They probably are the security, Don. But don't worry. They say that New York police knows exactly what to do. I'll tell you what New York police should do. Just sit back, grab a couple donuts, get a fresh cup of coffee, and have some socialist Democrats go up there and talk some sense to them. Let them take care of that. Oh, boy.
And they're going to come and they have harnesses and all kinds of stuff. The key thing now is to establish communication. Because very often that's going to be hard. And a lot of distance there, so I don't know if they're going to be shouting, if they have phones. So this is a conundrum. People do this in New York City. They climb the New York Times building, all kinds of stuff, you know.
We don't have audio on it, but we do have eyes on it.
I'd rather sleep on a very high altitude than to be surrounded by snakes. I can literally, if I can strap myself in there, I can literally pass out, like sleep like a baby. It is so listen, one of the things that I used to like to do when I was a kid, and I'm so grateful that I had some things, like nature has always provided me some peace and distraction and love. And I think because, I don't know, maybe it's because I've suffered so much in my life that I appreciate the peace and calmness that being out in the mountains, rivers, beautiful views of lakes, especially, beach, tropical palm trees, all that stuff. When I was a kid, I used to climb up to the very top of the mango trees. The mango trees that we had in the house, they were pretty big. The mango trees get very, very big, just so you know, and very tall. And I used to sit at the very top of the mango tree, and there's really tiny branches that the wind would just blow away, and I just love looking down. I love looking at the height. One of the things that I love to do the most when I'm flying is I always want to sit by the window because I always want to look at the height where I'm at. I'm not going to tell you that I'm this courageous guy, but I find it very peaceful to be at a very high altitude. I would rather be there than to be surrounded by snakes. That's just me, though. That's just me. I'm not saying that is a good thing, but that's just me.
We'll stay on it. We've reached out to NYPD, and as soon as we know more, we will report it. We'll move on. Be sure to...
All right. I do have another clip here for you. This is Ilhan Omar's staff. I mentioned this earlier, but now they have released some information about an hour ago, looks like. Ilhan Omar's staff communicated with fraudsters. Well. You know what I'm saying? Documents show. Really? Well, please do tell all about it. Yeah, that's right. We still have to listen from Kash Patel, but we got other things that we want to cover here. Let's take a listen.
So Ilhan Omar's possible ties to a massive Minnesota fraud scheme are back in the spotlight. That after one of the scheme's alleged orchestrators was arrested in Somalia just last week. Garrett Tenney's watching that. Midwest Bureau with more. What details do you have now, Garrett? Hello there.
Hey, Bill, good morning to you. This guy who was arrested was allegedly one of the orchestrators of the massive Feeding Our Futures fraud scheme. And when he was charged 4 years ago, Abdikerm Idle fled the country. His name came up a lot during the trial of the now convicted ringleader of the scandal, Amy Bach. And that trial also exposed multiple communications they had with Congresswoman Ilhan Omar's staff. For example, in February 2021, there was an email chain between Bach and Omar's office with the subject line, "Help with USDA food programs," the same programs that were targeted by the fraudsters for more than $250 million. A couple weeks later, Bach sent Idle an email with the subject line, "Ilhan's office." There was also a string of text messages between Bach and Omar's staff. What did all of those messages say? Well, we don't know that because they were sealed by the court. And when Minnesota lawmakers investigating the fraud requested Congresswoman Omar to turn those records related to her office's contacts with individuals who've been charged or convicted in the scheme, she refused.
It's not like a one-off. She has relationships with many of those who've been convicted or charged in this scheme. So I think it's absolutely relevant that we get to the truth of what those communications with her office were.
Omar has not been charged or accused of any crime connected to the fraud, and she denies any wrongdoing, telling Fox Digital, "Any claim that I had knowledge of this scheme is flat out false. As I stated from the beginning, stealing millions of dollars under the guise of feeding hungry children to bankroll lavish lifestyles and extravagant expenses is reprehensible." State GOP lawmakers are now calling on congressional investigators to take this on, to issue their own subpoena for those records. Bill?
Garrett, thanks. More to come, I believe. And I know you'll have it. Garrett Tenney in Chicago, thank you. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the...
Well, you know, I hate to say I told you so, but I really don't hate to say it. I told you so, man. I'm telling you, bro. It's like people think that this is Kash Patel's live that we're going to watch next. You know, people think that we're just full of shit, that we don't know what we're talking about, but we do know what we're talking about. You know, and, you know, my sincerity for, you know, my love for this country and these people, all of you guys that are citizens, it's sincere. And you know, my love for immigrants, it's sincere, but you got to do it the right way. It's because I love you that I tell you to do things the right way, because that way you will have a better life, peaceful, you don't have to hide, and you will be proud of yourself. And when you discipline your children for doing something that is wrong, you will have every backing behind it. So they will listen to you. But instead, they'll just cuss you right out. When you tell your children, after they know that you broke the law and you're here illegally and you're committing fraud by working here illegally and using fake papers, what kind of a moral lesson do you think you're giving your children? If you don't protect your country, nobody will. All of these fraudsters and scammers, yeah, you know, they're all over the world. But are we just going to let it happen because it happens anywhere else? No, we're just not going to do that. You know, thank you, Amanda. I appreciate it. It's not a problem. A lot of my people don't get the actual notifications for my show. It's okay. I will like to update you. Let me see. We are almost... I know you guys don't see it on the actual channel, but we are almost at 21,100 subscribers, and we already have about almost 100,000 views today. I know it doesn't show on the chat. You guys don't get the data that I get. So when the libtards come in here and they want to clown on the amount of people that are on live, they just don't know what the hell they're talking about. But with that being said, you know, this is something where, you know, I'm just trying to give you guys all the information that I can, as much as I can. I'm here to entertain you, to give you information, to give you some of my experience on everything that I have done in my life. You know, from anywhere from being immigrant to being born Hispanic and to doing all kinds of jobs, anywhere from dirty jobs to office jobs. You know, everything to me has taught me in life, whether I was rich and poor, whether I was starving or eating, whatever it is in my life, I have learned to find balance. But most importantly, I have learned to appreciate the little things that we get in life. A lot of libtards won't understand that. A lot of people that have money that never struggle, they will never understand that. See, this is why I appreciate people that have struggled in their lives, right? But they don't force others to struggle. They make lives better. And there's people that have always been silver spoon fed, but they care about helping other people, and they're not just, entitled little brats that are unappreciative of the things that they have. Now, with that being said, for the last hour and a half, I have this big bad headache that you guys have no idea about, but we're going to continue because we have to do one more show here. Let's go ahead and listen to see what Mark Wayne, the Chief Mullen, has to update us on. This is about the Coast Guard, I believe.
Well, thank you so much for being here. It's a great day, not just because we're celebrating the America's 250th anniversary, but it's also a great day to see the investment that President Trump and his administration is making into the Coast Guard, the largest investment since World War II, but dollar amounts is the largest in history, with investing almost $25 billion. And it all started with a year ago when I was still in the Senate, and we voted on the one big, beautiful bill, which was the most consequential bill, definitely in President Trump's tenure, but also I think possibly in the recent history. When you see the investment, it's what good government actually looks like. It cut spending by $1.6 trillion. At the same time, we were able to cut taxes for no tax on tips. 85% of the individuals that are on Social Security has no tax on Social Security. No tax on overtime for the people that are working out there every single day, trying to do their best to provide a living. We put no tax on you for working hard. At the same time, we're able to make the investments, right? We're investments on securing our southern border with new technology, fighting hard against the drug cartels, going after the narco boats, bringing law and order and restoring law and order back to our streets. One death in an illegal's hand is one death too many. President Trump has made it a pivotal statement when he says we're going to restore law and order back to our streets regardless of what state or what city you live in. President Trump ran on that, and he's keeping that promise, and the one big beautiful bill delivered on that. But at the same time, it puts our fiscal house in order. And so to be on this side of it now, seeing the results that are taking place, working with ICE, working with CBP, working with the Coast Guard, seeing what that investment means, seeing what we're doing every single day in our waters, on our borders, and in our cities on getting the worst of the worst out because we have continuous funding is absolutely remarkable. And then someone I have to point out, Representative Mike Lawler, who fought every day for salt in the one big beautiful bill. Now, be quite frank with you, we didn't see eye to eye on this. But this is what representation looks like. This is why you represent good leaders to go to Congress every single day and represent your backyard. That's what our founding fathers wanted. Our founding fathers wanted individuals that's going to go there and represent what the best of the best can offer when you elect the right people, put them in the right place, and they understand the value of the United States. So with that, we're going to stop and open up for questions.
Surges in American cities, and also we've seen somewhat of an increase in arrests. Is that a result of pressure coming from the White House, the administration, Stephen Miller?
Every single day we allow our men and women, be it ICE, be it CBP, or one of the other 80,000 law enforcement agencies we have in DHS to simply do their job. My perspective when I came in is I had the best individuals working inside the Department of Homeland Security through all 22 components. They're patriots. and our job is to protect the homeland. We're not necessarily surging. We're going after the worst of the worst every single day, and we work in conjunction with the White House and the president's policies and deliver on that. We're seeing our arrest numbers come up. We're seeing our deportation numbers continue to increase. Right now, we're deporting on average over 3,000 individuals. Actually, the average has been for several weeks now, over 3,200 individuals a day. 70% of those individuals we're deporting have outstanding criminal charges on them, or they've already been charged with a felony. 70% of those individuals. 70% of the individuals that are men and women throughout DHS arrest, be it ICE, CBP, or one of our other components, 70% of those individuals have pending felony charges or are current felons that shouldn't be on our streets. So when we go after the worst of the worst, which is exactly what we're doing, we're saving lives. This is a statistic I like to put out, but 50% of the individuals killed in Fairfax County, Virginia, are killed at the hand of an illegal. Over 41 individuals year to date have been killed in Tennessee at the hands of an illegal. 100% of those deaths are preventable because those individuals shouldn't be in this country. So when you say surge, we're surging every day because we're trying to restore law and order, regardless if you live in a red state or a blue state. But sanctuary cities create a safe haven for criminal activity, and it shouldn't take place. Regardless of what your opinion is about this administration, regardless of what your opinion is, if you're a Republican or Democrat, we should all agree we should want safe streets and safe cities. So there should be no argument in participating in arresting the worst of the worst. But because of some of the radical policies we have that's happening right here in New York, with the mayor that's not even wanting to fully fund the NYPD, which is, I would arguably say, one of the best law enforcement agencies in the country, and not giving them the resources they need, speaks volume of a socialist's mentality. Yes.
Operations in New York City. Can you clarify whether additional ICE personnel or resources have been deployed in New York and whether New York has been cooperative?
Well, we wouldn't give you our operational procedures if we were going to do it anyways, but either way, every day we're going after the worst of the worst. And because of some of the policies that we see coming out of New York, especially New York City, we are possibly having to flex a little bit more because we see a lot more criminal activity. People think that it's just the illegals that are here. The illegals, if you come around, it also has cartels that follow. We have serious gang violence that takes place. We've arrested some of the worst of the individuals that's coming out of New York City because they feel like it's a safe haven. And when they come in here, they also bring in tremendous amount of organized crime along the way. And then it spreads out to other cities that may not participate in the same direction that Madame wants to take this city. So we're going after the head of the snake. And if that's in sanctuary cities, we'll go to sanctuary cities to get rid of the worst of the worst. Yes?
The path forward is going to be with the Supreme Court victory on TPS. Are you going to be going after Haitians living in the country, Syrians living in the country? What's the path forward?
Well, I hate when it's phrased going after individuals. The fact is, TPS for certain individuals under the court ruling, they no longer have status. TPS was temporary. It was never meant to be permanent status. You had an opportunity while you were here to possibly try to change your status. Now that the court ruling has went out, you no longer have that option. You have to go back to a country that either take you or back to the country you came from. And if you deport yourself, which we will give you $2,600 plus a plane ticket to go home, you have the opportunity at that point to fill out it legally for a visa or another way to come back in this country. But you have to come in through our immigration systems and follow our laws, not illegally. But if we have to arrest you and deport you, that option of coming back in this country is off the table. So we would encourage everybody that fell underneath TPS, that is no longer temporary protected status for you, your time has expired. Go to our website, sign up for self-deportation. We'll help you get to the country that you came from, or get you to the country that are willing to accept you. Fill out the paperwork, and maybe you can come back and participate in the American dream.
You spoke about Mike Lawler. That's his big cause. He's got a lot of Haitians who live in the Hudson Valley. Have you spoken to him about this? And it's big for the healthcare community here in New York too.
Mike and I have spoken almost daily. In fact, I've already talked to him today about this. He's trying to figure out the path forward. As I told him, he needs to encourage all the Haitians that are still underneath TPS status, or was underneath TPS status, to self-deport so they can have the opportunity to come back. So we're trying to work out, possibly even attach somebody with his office to help process the self-deportation. And then once they get back into the country they're going to, either a host country or the country that they originated from, to fill out that paperwork and streamline it.
Do you think it's going to be like zero tolerance?
We have, listen, I didn't pass the laws, at least not now. I'm in a position to simply enforce the laws. And so my job is not to pick and choose which law we're going to enforce. We're going to enforce the nation's laws that's on the books. So when you say zero tolerance, yes, we have zero tolerance because it's the law. Yes, ma'am.
As you know, in the past year, there's been several security incidents involving top officials. Looking ahead to America 250, what do you consider to be the greatest security threat, and are you confident that the country is prepared to meet it?
We are confident through DHS because it's our responsibility that we're going to meet the needs, and we're going to have a very secure, through World Cup or through the Freedom 250 celebration. We're out there every single day. We deployed all of our assets. We're working great. Even in sanctuary cities, we have good cooperation right now with those individuals, making sure that our guests get to see what America is all about and really highlight the past 250 years and where we're going to be going over the next 250 years. So we feel very confident in the position. However, we still deal with the unknowns. Since President Trump has come into office, we have arrested over 1,900 known terrorists that came in underneath the Biden administration. These aren't people that are on terrorist watch list. These were 1,900 individuals that were already known terrorists that came in underneath the Biden administration. We know they don't have America's best interest in mind. So those individuals that we constantly fight every single day and go after with our partners at the FBI and DOJ and DHS, working hand in hand, trying to go after the worst of the worst to make sure that America can be safe. The unknown one, the one that we're not tracking, they do worry us at some point. But if you talk to anybody that's in law enforcement, that's always a concern of ours. But we are doing everything possible, from counter-U.S. measures to great cooperation with local, state, and federal assets, making sure that we're funded and we have the tools and the resources needed. We've been working on this for quite some time because this is President Trump's vision when he was in office his first term. And now to see that he's in office now, to be able to see it go through, he's the one that set the groundwork in this back in 2018, 2019. And we have been continually following and building that groundwork he laid out back then. We're building upon, and I think we're in very good shape.
Last question.
Yes, sir.
A candidate for Congress here in New York, Daria Liza Avila Chevalier, has said that she's not okay with any deportation.
Right.
Some other people who won primaries recently for higher office share similar views. Are you concerned about this latest crop of democratic socialists affecting your work?
Well, I would say we went past socialist and now moved into communist. I'm for law and order. Full stop. If you're not, we have nothing in common. Who doesn't want our kids to be able to walk on our streets safe? Who doesn't want to hear kids playing outside again? What parent? I'm a father of 6, and I have a grandchild coming in August. Who doesn't want their kids or their grandkids to be raised in a safe area? And you should feel safe, even if you're in New York or in Oklahoma, whatever state you come from. And so when you have a aspiring politician that wants to go to Congress and says that they don't want to enforce our nation's laws, especially when it comes to immigration and understanding the amount of people we're getting out of this country that are gangbangers, complete thugs, murderers and rapists. They're poisoning our streets. We've had more deaths per year because of fentanyl poisoning than we had in the entire time we were in Vietnam. And they're saying they don't want to get those individuals out of this country. I'm sorry, you absolutely have no place to be serving in Congress. When I first got there 13 years ago, I would never have thought we're in the position we're in today. I mean, unfortunately, the Democrat Party is not the Democrat Party of JFK anymore. It's the Democrat Party of Bernie Sanders, who openly claims to be a socialist communist. That's not the foundation of this country. We can disagree on policy. We will not have an argument when it comes to the foundation of this country. We won't let that happen. We won't let them tear it apart, and that's where this party is going right now.
Thank you, President.
All right, thank you, guys.
We already watched that. We already watched that last clip. Now, Joe, let me tell you why I'm hard on you. You come in here dropping a ball, a big bomb, without anything. First, you introduce yourself. Number one, I talk about all these issues all the time. So don't come over here and fucking tell me how to do my job, how to do my show. You came about it all wrong. I understand that there's too far left, too far right. I got that. But don't come over here and fucking throwing out this, statements out there without addressing it to anybody. Just fucking dropping statements. Sounds like you're telling me that I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. So with that being said, just learn how to say hi to people first. We've been doing this for a very long time. I address all these issues all the time. So to come in here and drop lines like that, the people that don't know, I got you. They don't understand why I'm upset about the way you come into my channel. But with that being said, I don't care if you're left or right. You're going to fucking hear it from me if you cross the line with me. Don't come over here and act like you're the fucking host of the channel. It doesn't work that way. Introduce yourself, will you? That's how you're going to get my attention. Anyways, Brent oil is at $71.75 as of right now. Now, for those of you who are wondering why gas prices are up, well, don't be asking Trump. Don't be asking the Republicans. Go ask your local Democrat leader. I guarantee you that you're going to be surprised about what you find. But this is what happens when you don't pay attention on what the hell you're voting for. You go on a rampant on emotional feelings and say, I want free stuff. But you don't see how is that going to work? How are you going to get free stuff? And you get to hear it from all these people who are lazy, who want to complain about somebody else's exit, success. And then they vote for these morons. They don't know how many taxes they have been voting for in blue states. They got to do their research first. And I'm going to tell you that the reason why I don't really concentrate too much on far-right media or propaganda or people is because they are the minority of the problem. The biggest problem are left and far left. There is nothing good on the left party. Nothing. We deal with our rhinos. We deal with the far extremist right. But the left and the far left, they are a fucking problem. It needs to be really oh man, I can't even think of the word. Eradicated, I think is the word. We need to get rid of them completely. And I don't mean kill them. I just mean we need to get rid of them, outvote them, show up. Don't vote Democrat. It doesn't matter if Republicans are fucking some things up. Nobody's perfect. But Republicans are the better party. Whether you like it or not is irrelevant. It is irrelevant. You may not want to acknowledge that, but that is a problem. Get the hell out of my channel, fucking ignorant fool. With that being said, gyms, go join them. Go find out what to do with yourselves. Maybe you like the butt action thing that you leftists love so much. Go find out if you're a man or a woman, and then come back. U.S. mediators confident Iran will concede nuclear issues. Man, please. I've been hearing this shit forever. Nothing is going to happen with mediations.
Well, talks between the United States and Iran are continuing, but President Trump is keeping all options open. You know he does that, and he means it. He reportedly spoke with military leaders about possible new military strikes, but the diplomatic process is also playing out for now. So, as Iran and U.S. are negotiating. Qatar is inside those talks, but the Iranians are
Then come over, fuck. Come over here, you fucktard. See what happens, Ernesto Pendejo.
refusing to now meet with American officials directly. A top U.S. demand is a fully open Strait of Hormuz and that Iran never possesses a nuclear weapon. Iran and Oman now reportedly want to charge tolls on ships passing through the strait. Now, they don't control it, but they want to monetize it. The White House says that's not okay. Chief Foreign Correspondent Trey Yingst. Trey.
Harris, good morning. Amid reports that President Trump is still considering military options against Iran, he was asked about the state of negotiations and the memorandum of understanding.
Well, I think they've come a long way. We hit them very hard last week. I think they're fine. I think we're going to. It's the denuclearization of Iran. It's very simple. And Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Special envoys Kushner and Witkoff met Tuesday with the Prime Minister of Qatar in Doha. The conversations focused on advancing the MOU with Iran that involves keeping the Strait of Hormuz open and starting discussions on Iran's nuclear program. Technical talks on the nuclear issue are moving forward today as planned as traffic continues to increase in the strait. U.S. mediators remain confident the current framework could lead to Iran making serious nuclear concessions. This 60-day window was discussed overnight on Fox News when Vice President J.D. Vance appeared on Laura Ingram's show.
We have all the cards in negotiation. We obviously want it to be successful, but even if it's not successful, we've accomplished the core mission, which is to ensure that the Iranians never have a nuclear weapon. In other words, it's a win-win outcome for the American people.
We're also tracking developments here in Israel. On Tuesday, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz visited soldiers in the security zone in southern Lebanon. Netanyahu told the forces they will continue to stay in the buffer zone to prevent attacks from Hezbollah.
These security zones, this is a change in perception. It means that we do not allow army of terrorists to sit on our border, and we keep them away. This is what you're doing. And we are destroying everything above ground and underground, which actually serve them as means of attack against us.
The issue of Lebanon was discussed yesterday in Qatar, we are told, but the focus for the Trump administration remains on ensuring that the Iranians never have a path to a nuclear weapon. Harris?
Trey, real quickly, because I know you look at all of this spherically, including the politics, is it a sign, seeing Netanyahu standing in a demilitarized zone, for lack of a better term, inside Lebanon, is that a sign that there's some relations that have gone forward between the leadership of Lebanon, not Hezbollah, Lebanon, and Israel?
Yes, it has.
Absolutely. Look, there is a pilot program being discussed as part of this framework agreement that was reached late last week. It was mediated by the Trump administration directly between the Israeli and Lebanese governments with two goals: to normalize ties between the two countries and disarm Hezbollah. And so there is this parallel track that was started by the Trump administration to undermine the Iranian regime and their largest proxy in the region.
Wow, excellent. Always reporting. Thank you for taking my question. Good to see you. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the...
Those are just quick bites that you should have is to be informed. Also, we know that the U.S. military recruitment is at an all-time record high. And that tells me that there is a lot of patriots who know that our duty is to defend this country. A lot of migrants like myself that come to this country become American citizens. We become American citizens because we believe that this is a great country. So why not? Well, I chose this country because it's great, and I want to make sure that it stays that way. So I don't care how many more illegal immigrants come and tell me that I'm a traitor or that I'm hateful, that I'm racist or a bigot. I don't give a shit what they think. What I care about is that this country is secure, safe, and prosperous. I love Israel. Support Israel 100%. Why? Because they're the only country that is fighting against terrorist Muslims in the Middle East. They are the only country that we have helping us in the Middle East. I don't care what you think about Netanyahu. You know what? He is happy to take the blame. He is happy to be looked like an evil man. But I am happy that he is doing what he needs to do. Lebanon is not to be blamed. It's Hezbollah. And I can tell you, Hezbollah is being taken care of. And it's all thanks to Israel. So stop hating on Israel. Don't be a fool. Don't be a fool. And remember this. You're going to have a bunch of nincompoops coming in here. Like crazy Muslims that don't appreciate the freedoms that this country gives them. They want to turn this country into the third world shithole country that they come from with their fucking idiot stupidity and the fake religion that oppresses people, specifically women. You know, all these women, all these people that support Muslims, the only reason why they support Muslims is because they get away with pedophilia. They get away with raping women that are not Muslims. They get away with all these crimes. They get away with all this shit that we are against. And all these anchor babies, this is one of the reasons that childbirth should be gone. And I'm not talking about childbirth as in just being born. I'm talking about birthright citizenship. You have to forgive me. I think in Spanish 100% of the time. Words are a little bit different for me. Most of you guys already know that. Birthright citizenship has to be checked. It has to be amended. The Constitution has to be amended. I had a video for you. Let me see if I can find it. I should have been looking for that on the last clip. Let me see if I can find it for you. I know that I touched up on a little bit on this, but this is something that you should always remember.
Flights.
We won by just a lot. It was incredible.
Flights. The man accused of murdering my daughter is Jose Medina, an illegal immigrant from Venezuela who should not have even been in this country. And even after committing a crime and having an outstanding warrant, he was left on the streets of Chicago to murder my innocent American child. But this story, it's not about him. This story is about my Sheridan. It's about how failed border policies, sanctuary city laws, and twisted leaders refused to cooperate with ICE. They sent her to her grave. It's about a government and politicians that forgot their first priority. And the question before this committee is painfully simple. When did protecting our American citizens stop being your first priority? And even more important, why did protecting our American citizens stop being your first priority? I want an explanation, I need one, and I deserve one. But first I want you to know who my Sheridan was. I want you to understand what we all lost because of your mismatched priorities. My husband and I have always joked that our older daughter, Madeline, is our pride. Well, Sheridan was our joy. From the moment she was born, Sheridan was pure energy, enthusiasm, laughter, fun. She was the kind of person who made every room brighter and usually a little louder. Which is why when Sheridan was in kindergarten, I remember going to her first parent-teacher conference. I was a little nervous because while she was the sweetest little girl you could possibly imagine, she was also the chattiest. I remember sitting down across from her teacher, bracing myself and asking with bated breath, "So, how's my Sheridan?" I'll never forget when the teacher looked at me very seriously and said, "I only have one thing to say to you." Oh, my stomach dropped. Then she said, "Your Sheridan stalks the buddy bench." I remember blinking at her. "I'm sorry, what?" She said,
Joe, are you a fucking racist, you bastard? What the fuck do you mean exactly, Lou? Imagine someone like him telling me I don't have freedom of... Who the fuck are you? Whose fucking channel did you come across? You bitch ass. Don't come over here, man. Listen, even if you are right with what you're saying, I am not your bitch. And this is not your channel. So fuck you very much and get the fuck out. Go find another podcast to listen to. Fuck you very much. Sorry about that, guys.
"Your Sheridan stalks the buddy bench." I was totally confused and I asked, is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? And what exactly is a buddy bench? And the teacher smiled and said, "It's a beautiful thing." She explained that they had a bench in the play yard. She said that not all kids are as outgoing and confident as your Sheridan, so the children were told that if they wanted to play or if they felt lonely, left out, shy, they could sit on that bench. And then the other children were told that if they saw someone sitting there, they should go over, talk to them, ask them to play. And apparently Sheridan, my tiny kindergartner, had appointed herself the guardian of that bench. Every day at recess, instead of heading straight to the swings or joining in a game of kickball, my daughter hung back and hovered by the nearby tree, just watching that bench, just waiting, just in case someone might need her. The kids didn't even have a chance to fully sit down on the bench before Sheridan was rushing over to take them, to take their hand, pull them away. Girls, boys, first graders, kindergartners, it really didn't matter to her. If a child looked lonely, Sheridan went over. If someone had no one to play with, Sheridan was there. If someone felt invisible, Sheridan saw them. That was my daughter, and that is who she was until the day she was stolen from us. And I honestly can't make sense of it. I cannot make peace with it. And in what world does the child who spent her life making sure no one was lonely die terrified and alone on a pier in Chicago? In what world does the girl who saw everyone become invisible to the people in power responsible for protecting her? This cannot be explained away, and it cannot be buried beneath a list of unrelated issues that you all paraded before us. Thanks for telling me without telling me that, you're here, but you don't want to be. This is the fourth time you had angel families. Thanks for telling me you don't care. This cannot be buried under your slogans, your statistics, or excuses, and this just can't stand. So today, I bring this back to the buddy bench. I think Congress needs one. I think every governor, every mayor, every sanctuary city official and politician shifting blame and interest, hiding behind their slogans and talking points should have to all sit on one. And I challenge you all to sit down with me, take my hand, look me in the eye, and then explain to me, because I just don't understand. Explain why people here illegally matter more than your American citizens. Explain why sanctuary policies matter more than my Sheridan's life. Explain why cooperation with ICE was too much to ask for, but asking our American parents to bury our children is somehow acceptable. Ask me. I need you to tell me. I want you to imagine that little girl on the buddy bench, that innocent college freshman with a heart full of compassion and a head full of dreams that was gunned down by an illegal immigrant, I want you to imagine that was your daughter, not mine. What if she was yours? Would you even hesitate for 1 second to act, to make changes? My Sheridan spent her whole life choosing others. Today, I'm just asking this committee in our Congress and our country to choose her. She was worth protecting. She was worth saving. And she was worth your brave vote. To all of those who have supported us, who have prayed for us, who have cried with us, and to those who have had the courage to speak out and say Sheridan's name, thank you. Because every time you say her name, you give a piece of her back to us. You remind the world that Sheridan was not a talking point. She wasn't a statistic or a headline. She was our daughter. She will always be my sweet sunshine. And if the people who failed her would rather look away, then I'm asking the rest of you to look right at her. Here she is. There's she and I. Here she is. This is taken the day before she died. Say her name, tell her story, and demand better. Because my Sheridan Grace Gorman should still be alive. And no mother should have to stand where I am standing, begging elected leaders to value my child's life after it's already too late. I cried when I came into the room. I saw this poster that you made. It says, at every stop, the system had a chance to stop him. At every step, it failed. And my daughter paid for those failures, your failures, with her life. No family should ever have to bury a child because public officials fail to put American lives first. I'm just asking you to choose us. We choose you. We choose you. Choose us. Why does my child matter less than an illegal immigrant? Why? Listen, I have a heart. I love immigrants. 2 of my best friends in this whole world are immigrants. They came here the right way. I absolutely think they make America beautiful, but my daughter's beautiful too. I need you to think about what these policies are. And I need you to imagine this is your daughter, because I'm very sure you won't be cutting off anyone when they're speaking. I'd be very sure you won't call this a political stunt. The grief is real. Every day I wake up with unimaginable pain. Do you know what I wake up in the middle of the night and I think, did my daughter cry for me? She made it 40 feet. She made it 40 feet running for her life. Did she cry out for me? She died on that pavement all by herself, lonely, bleeding on that pavement. And I will never ever rest. I actually have to say that I am devastated. My husband and I, we're only a couple years away from retirement. I've worked my whole life so hard. All I wanted to do was just enjoy our children. Just wanted to enjoy my Sheridan, my Madeline. And now I'm bitter. I'm bitter because I'm a lover, not a fighter. I'm a lover. I love children. I love pumping people up and making them feel good about themselves. I'm not racist. I'm not xenophobic. We've done everything right, my husband and I. We taught our daughter to be wonderful, beautiful person. Her love was extravagant. And now I'm going to have to spend my last waking moment, I'm going to have to spend fighting against these policies, fighting for people to say her name. So if you have the courage, please come talk.
She looks fake to you, Kona, because you're a fucking heartless piece of shit. That's why she looks fake. Fuck you very much. Why don't you go find another fucking channel to go watch? If somebody did that shit to my daughter, fuck you and your family. I'm gonna tell you that right now. You're gonna fucking get me all crazy with this shit if you do something like that to my fucking daughter. You have no idea what a fucking father would do if somebody took the life of their daughter. So shut the hell up and fuck you very much if you don't appreciate somebody's suffering, letting you know that somebody's here to destroy this country, and that if you don't fucking wake up to defend this country, you're gonna lose your liberty. You heartless sons of bitches. The fuck can you sit there and say she's fake? I will miss my daughter every single day of my life. Shut the hell up.
To me, come sit on that bench. I'll buy Congress a bench. Talk to each other. Talk to each other. We shouldn't be screaming across the room. I mean, we also shouldn't say but, because I have to just say, and I understand that you're here for a reason. I don't understand why it's only the Republican side that cares about our American children. And I know that you're a mother. I know that you're a father. I deeply value that. But basically what you just did, what you said was, I'm so sorry for your loss. I have a daughter too. I have a son. I feel your pain. You don't. You don't feel my pain. Because the next words out of your mouth were, but. There's no but. When your child is in a coffin, there's no but. And I need you to understand that. And if you ever want to talk about it, I'm here. I'm going to buy you a bench. I'm going to buy, you can put that on the record. I'm going to buy Congress a bench. And they can come and sit and hold my hand and look me in the eye and explain to me why illegal immigrants are more important than my daughter. I really want to know because I don't understand. Please, I welcome you. I will listen. I will listen. I care. I care. I just need you to explain it to me because I don't, and I fear I will never understand. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I can't imagine how difficult.
I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican. I became an American citizen of this country because I believe it's a great country. And I want it to stay great for my children and their children's children. And fuck you, all you illegal sons of bitches, and all you stupid-ass, white, guilty, socialist Karens and bitches that support illegal immigration. Your excuse is we have enough of this crime already in this country, so what's the difference? The difference is that we're fighting. Enough. We don't need foreign influences to come over here and make our country even worse. I am glad that we still have people that fight for us.
Welcome back. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson sending his House colleagues home early for the July 4th recess after Republican hardliners blocked floor activity. Florida Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna has been pressing leadership in the Senate to attach the Save America Act to any other bill so that the measure may pass. The Congresswoman joined me last Sunday on Sunday Morning Futures and told us she was going to start some trouble. Watch this. Look, I know that you already passed the Save America Act out of the House, but it seems the Senate is just unwilling to take this on. What is the problem with the Senate, and why are they so unwilling or unable to extend and execute President Trump's agenda?
Look, you heard J.D. Vance say it best. It is a defeatist perspective to say, well, the votes aren't there, so we're not going to try. But it's equally the fault of the House. And I actually just messaged the Speaker and I said, look, we can't allow them to put a Senate bill on the floor that they're going to use in their re-elections without attaching the Save America Act to it. And I know that the president has been very vocal about this. And I do hope that if it does pass, we're going to try to stop it. We're going to try to attach the Save America to it. But he should actually veto it, because the fact is that they're not doing their job. They are literally slapping the American people in the face. And this is an 80-20 issue. You want to talk about election integrity, you want to talk about national security. This is the one thing that we could do and deliver for the American people that is bipartisan and would help guarantee and secure elections in the future.
Joining me now is New York Congressman Mike Lawler. Congressman, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. So what happened yesterday? What can you tell us about that failed rule vote and the early departure?
Well, Maria, Anna Paulina Luna and a number of my colleagues tanked the rule in large measure because, as she said, she wants to, attach the Save America Act to every piece of legislation that comes through the House floor. And while I understand the sentiment and certainly support voter ID, support proof of citizenship, the fact is that we have passed it 3 times through the House. We are not the issue. The Senate is, and that really boils down to the Senate rules and the filibuster. And the Democrats are never going to give the votes, which means the only vehicle by which you can actually pass it through the Senate with the filibuster intact is reconciliation. And so I think it's, frankly, self-defeating to shut down the House floor. I don't think it actually solves anything and don't think it actually furthers the cause here. We have a lot of work still to do before this Congress comes to a close and before November, including passing the NDAA, which is critical for our military, and that got stymied yesterday. So, I get it, but let's be adults and actually do our jobs.
Yeah. I understand that, and I think President Trump agrees with you. He actually posted about it, as you know, saying, look, let's not blow up the House because the Senate is having this inability. But what's wrong with the Senate? Okay, Congressman, I mean, when I interviewed John Thune recently, and I said to him, why can't you get the Save America Act across the finish line? He said, because we don't have the votes. We don't have the votes. But when Nancy Pelosi didn't, quote unquote, have the votes, she went and she, massaged people, whatever she needed to do to actually get them in line. And the Democrats always stuck together. People on the outside are saying, what's wrong with the Republicans? Why can't they actually unify to execute President Trump's agenda? When you look at the Democrats, they stick together. They don't care. They execute their agenda. But you guys, you just can't do it.
Well, look, some folks don't understand the concept of negotiating towards yes. You ultimately have to be able to find compromise. And for those members in the Senate that, may object to a provision here or a provision there, work towards a resolution.
Right.
And I think, part of the problem with the Senate is that the average age of the Senate is dead. And they got to get off their ass a little bit and start moving. Frankly, they take way too long to advance legislation. The rules of the Senate, make it very difficult to move things in a timely manner. I mean, just the housing package alone took forever. And so to me, they need to evaluate how they actually operate. And recognize, we're in the 21st century here. Things move a lot faster than they used to, and get with the program.
You're right. The housing package did take way too long than it should have. That's a really good point. It's
Maria,
a good analysis.
Look at the Clarity. Look at the Clarity Act. They've been sitting on that for a year.
Clarity Act too. So it's still stuck
we
in the
sent that
Senate.
to them a year ago.
Well,
it's crazy. It's crazy.
Wow. Yeah. Wow, that is really interesting. We're going to have to investigate that. Look, let me get your take on the Supreme Court decisions, because they struck down President Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship yesterday. You shared your reaction on X. I read what you said. You said, from my vantage point, the issue of birth tourism is something to address, but through the legislative process, not by executive fiat or judicial activism. Now, the president called on Congress to do that, to pass legislation ending birthright citizenship. What do you think, Congressman? Will a bill work in this case? Do you think it needs to be a constitutional amendment? How does this proceed?
Yeah, I think it needs to be a constitutional amendment. And from my perspective, if you are here illegally, then no, you should not have automatic birthright citizenship. And that is something that I think most Americans would agree with. As Clarence Thomas pointed out, the issue of birthright citizenship came about as the end of slavery. And making sure that, slaves were granted full citizenship. And that was the whole premise behind it. They certainly, I don't think, anticipated the situation that we find ourselves in today, where people cross the border illegally, have a child, and then they are granted full citizenship. So that is something that Congress should look at and pass a constitutional amendment to address. That is the legislative process, and that is what we should adhere to.
And you think that'll happen?
I think there's going to be a big push to take up legislation and do that. You pointed out Harry Reid's 1993 legislation. I wouldn't be shocked if that came to the floor.
Well, I got one more clip that I'm going to play for you, but let me tell you something. The people that I think people think that I'm over here to pretend, to act, to just talk bullshit for some clicks and bites and all this other stuff. I don't give a shit about all that stuff. I can care less. I'd rather live up in the mountain on a tropical island and just go fishing when I'm hungry. Go work on my little farm in my backyard. Grow some taro. Grow some potatoes, some yucca. Get some mango trees. I'd rather do that and mind my business and stay by myself. Have peace. But I can't do that. This country is the land of the future of my children. I gotta stand up for it. I gotta speak the truth as long as I can speak the truth. And you guys should be doing the same. Like I said, I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat. I don't give a shit. American citizens. It's all I care about. Everybody else, until you become an American citizen, then you don't know what it's like. You don't get the credit or the praise or the glory or whatever the hell it is that you think that you should get. Not until you're an American citizen. I patiently waited 2.5 decades as a green card holder, knowing that I was not one of the people. I believe wholeheartedly that the United States of America is the greatest country on earth, and God is behind it. 250 years old, and we're greater than civilizations and countries that are thousands of years old. Americans, listen, man, this is not a bullshit show, man. I'm not the conservative trying to watch his mouth to see what YouTube does. No, this channel is in my description right here on this channel. This podcast is intended for adults. Anyone under the age of 18 should have parental permission. It is marked for 18 and older because I expect everybody to have some sort of common sense. As you get older, you gain more wisdom. McVick, I know you disagree with me on Israel. I think at least that's what I understood. No, man, you're good, brother. No, I don't have a problem with you. What you say? You're a fucking real G. I'm not a citizen, but I understand the sway your government has on the rest of the world, and now waiting 8 years on a green card. I'm so happy we're all at it. You know what, McVick? I always share with people when I was making the oath to the United States of America. Just imagine as how proud I am and how privileged I feel to be an American citizen. I always tell people there was this guy from Ghana. I believe it was Ghana. It was about 6'7", 6'8". The guy was it was tall, black man, charcoal guy. Like he was black. There was no brown, black. 3-piece suit. The guy was so proud, so happy to have become an American citizen. The guy was so proud, I felt ashamed that I didn't look as sharp as he did, that I didn't look as proud as his aura. I wish that I can see that on every American. Oh my God, this country would be even more phenomenal. Somebody came in and made a comment about the lady telling the story about her daughter, heartfelt. I know it sounds like it might be fake, but how the fuck do you talk when you lost your daughter? You know what I'm saying? So she made a comment that, oh, she's fake. That's what I was going off on. I saw the comment later. She said, oh, I thought it was something else. I got it. I got you. I apologize. But just know, this is not no bullshit channel, man. This is not a channel just for clicks. I'm a real guy. You understand? Those of you who know me, you know that this is who I am. Those of you who talk to me, you know I'm not fake on anything. I have kept going, even when there is only 3 people in my channel. Why? Because we're sharing the truth. We're trying to figure things out. What's better? What's worse? Where we at? Do we continue? Do we go? Do we not? That's what it's all about. Brian knows. Robert knows. Real Fishing for Life. He knows. Jerry. Tanya, all of you guys know me. You guys have been with me for how long? I've always been true. I'm never fake. Even my mistakes when I speak English, so what? How many people come into my channel and threaten my wife, my kids, my life? Then fucking come on then. Let's see what happens. I just want you to be grateful that you are in a great country. And I appreciate all the foreigners from Africa, from UK, from Canada. I appreciate them. They come over here and support us. They know what's going on. They don't always have to agree with me. Let me make you guys moderators because I don't think that you... Let me see. Where are you, Jerry? Oh, there you are. I want you to be entertained, but I don't want you to just be fucking entertained. I want you to know the truth. I want your input, but it has to be your input, not just people that come in here and just throw insults at me and they give me something legit. You know, people come in and they'll say bullshit like Trump is giving $300 billion to Iran, taxpayers' money. No, he's not. And I dare you, Google it. Prove me wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Google it. Did President Trump give $300 billion to Iran, taxpayer dollars? Go prove me wrong. Go check it out. What I tell you is because what I see on the contracts that they have, what Trump said out in lives, press conferences. This is why we watch the boring shit that libtards come in here and say, this pathetic Trump lover. Oh, there's Cheeto guy. You fucking come in here and you just talk shit through the whole life, through the whole press briefing, through every speech. All you do is talk shit on the channel. You never fucking pay attention. And then you wonder why you live in a lie. You think that I agree with everything Trump says? No. But I can't change it. He is still the man that needs to get the job done. That's what I voted for. How many rhinos changed their mind about mass deportations when they saw all these fucking idiot paid protesters and dumbass libtards obstructing ICE agents, defending sanctuary cities who force ICE agents to go out there in big numbers, wasting more money when they can simply just cooperate with the ICE agents, with the federal government. Instead of releasing criminals out in the open, criminals don't give a shit about you, your feelings, or this country. For Pete's sakes, there was a libtard that is looking at the reflective pool, and we're watching him together, you and I. We're here watching. And we see that they're fixing, they're working on it. And the guy said, well, it looks better than before, doesn't it? And the guy goes like, no, have you not seen the news? Who the hell needs the news when you can see it for yourself? Another libtard, call him Trump fascist. Journalist comes and confronts. Why do you think he's a fascist? Have you not seen the news? Come on. Do your research. Go find out. You know, people come into my channel. Oh my God. Trump lost the casino. No shit, I know. Oh, well, what Trump has claimed bankruptcy. Yeah, I know. Well, Trump failed marriage. Yeah, I know. I do my research. Are you fucking perfect yourself? I guarantee it, if we start knowing everything about you, we know you're a scumbag. I don't have to know that you're a libtard or a criminal. All I have to do is read your comments. See your reactions when I say respect the law. You guys all turn like some demons with holy water being sprayed on. I don't have to know you. You tell me who you are. When you respond, when I say libtard, you jump so high on the chat. When I say retards, you jump so high on the chat. When I say scumbag, socialist, Marxist, communist, Democrats, you jump so high on the chat. Here, thus, my example, J-Bat. We always knew he was a scumbag. You see what I'm saying? You get to know them. This is why sometimes I remove everybody from being mods so that people can see how they react. It's crazy. It's crazy. Truth bomb from Justice Thomas calls out a lie in landmark opinion. Let me see what this is about.
And this is what justice looks like.
Celebration on the steps of the nation's highest court after a long, hard fight to protect women's sports. And it ended with a victory yesterday. The justices voted 6-3 along ideological lines to uphold 2 state bans on biological males in women's sports. The decision essentially allows every state to make up its own mind on the matter. Senior Justice Clarence Thomas said this in his concurring opinion, quote, "Men and boys with gender dysphoria are not women or girls, even if they believe that they are. Sex is an immutable biological characteristic. It is binary, and man and woman, boy and girl are the terms that correspond to adults and children of each sex."
That's what I say. How am I a bullshitter? How am I a liar? How am I blind? An actual justice who is an actual American knows what's up. And I will take the justice word over a libtard any day. It's not about me. I'm irrelevant. I'm nobody. I'm nothing. It's about the American spirit. It's about American values being defended. What the hell does that mean, Dennis? American values is we are a melting pot of ethnicities, of nationalities. And we have built, yes, anybody that becomes an American gets the credit for the bad and the good. American culture. In American culture, we got Mexican cuisine. We got Latin cuisine. We got French cuisine. We got all kinds of things. That's American culture. Everybody from China that has assimilated to the American spirit, that is part of our culture. Do you understand how big that is? How huge it is? That we can have Chinese descent, but now we're brothers. That we can have Latin American descent, but now we're brothers. Native Americans, different tribes, Cherokee, Blackfoot Crow, Navajo, Chinook. Now we're all brothers. That's American culture. We are a melting pot. We're a mix of different diversities, and we're not judged because we're different colors. We are judged because the good in every culture, nationality, and ethnicity has made this country great. Not one more than the other. It just seems like Republicans are the only ones that can see that clearly. And the Democrats, well, they're not Democrats. I know. I'm sorry I got to keep saying Democrats, but they took the title. They took the name. Yeah, the Sioux as well. We got Skaikamis, Samamis. We have all sort of different tribes. We have become a new culture. We have become a new people. We're all mutts. You shouldn't want to stop people from being white. You don't want everybody to be black. That's boring. You don't want everybody to just be brown and Hispanic, and that's boring. Just love. True love. But don't lie to yourself. Mr. Justice just told us, as we already know, there's only 2 genders. This dysphoria that these people have, you can't just support it and say, oh, yeah, you got a penis and balls? Oh, yeah, you're a woman. No. the most retarded thing I ever seen, and for some reason, Democrats just fucking love it. Let me tell you what it is. It's not the American Democrats. It's the perverted generation who finds themselves free in sexual perversion. So they create and take over a party that is closer to socialism. It's the easiest thing to corrupt in the world. Socialism. It sounds good. Smells good. It tastes good. In theory. Until you actually live it. And then it stinks. And it's bitter. And it's disgusting. And it doesn't work.
Use language to obscure reality to show indifference regarding the truth is to lie to the public and cease to treat our fellow citizens as equals. Conservatives are cheering what Justice Thomas just said. And here's what they're saying online. Truth, fact, and common sense. Amen, sir. Another with a win for reality. And this one in all caps. Truth bomb. Former college volleyball player Brooke Slusser was forced to play and live with a male teammate who was identifying as a woman. Her coach didn't tell her that before they moved in and had a group of women along with that teammate. Here's how she reacted to the big decision in Focus yesterday.
It's amazing. It's the biggest win we've had yet, so I couldn't be happier. We couldn't ask for more right now. The fact that they allowed these student athletes that were men pretending to be women be protected under those Title IX rules that was meant for women to be protected in is the biggest fault that happened.
Well, just a sample of headlines today. U.S. Supreme Court protects girls in sports, upholds biological reality. Riley Gaines' op-ed. Supreme Court hands women an important win, but the fight isn't over. And we were forced to compete against a male. The Supreme Court had our backs. That last one is co-written by Madison Kenyon, a former Idaho State University track star. She signed on as a defendant in one of the big cases. Maddie joins me now, along with Kristen Wagner, President, CEO, and General Counsel for the Alliance Defending Freedom. Great to see you both. So, Maddie, first of all, this is a big deal. You heard Riley Gaines say it's not over. Your take?
Yeah, it's definitely not over, but it's the first step, and I am so ecstatic. I am so grateful for ADF and for the Attorney Generals of West Virginia and Idaho and their hard work in this to know that in 27 states, women are protected and they will not have to experience what I did of losing to a male and being pushed off or seeing your teammates pushed off podiums and seeing roster spots being given to men and deprived of opportunity that truly paves our futures.
Yeah, you know, Kristen, I want to ask you, President Trump got this conversation started. We've been showing clips this week at our all-women's town hall here on the Faulkner Focus. He said he would like to see this get done. He would just do it first by executive order. The court has done this, and that's what it means at, you know, a high level. Now states can make their own minds up. What does that look like, do you think?
Well, states have already made their own minds up. As Maddie said, there are 27 states that have said sex-based categories are what we're going with because biology matters. And the court affirmed resoundingly that that is not only constitutional, but it is consistent with Title IX. Now we take this to the 23 states that aren't protecting women and girls, and we insist that they do. We have litigation at Alliance Defending Freedom that's going on in some of those states right now. And I think what's important to remember is actually the first case filed was on behalf of Connecticut high school athletes running track. That case is still going on right now, and we intend to win it on behalf of all women and girls. But it takes all of us to do this. It's not just the lawyers. It's the moms and dads that need to stand up to their school boards and their counties and their city governments.
We could not do this without you, though, Maddie. And so many women and girls athletes like you who are brave and have big voices and are using them. I don't know if you heard an anchor on another network say this. Critics are really going after anchor Craig Melvin, effectively giving a trigger warning while he was reading some quotes from the U.S. Supreme Court's decision yesterday. First of all, let's watch.
Just a quick note here. The terms that we're using here during our reporting, biological male, biological female, the High Court put those terms in quotations in their decision and their dissent. But just so you know, we're using those terms from the decision itself, biological male, biological female.
So some legal reaction first. Constitutional law attorney and Fox News contributor Jonathan Turley said, this is how the press becomes a parody of itself. House Republicans called it crazy, and a conservative journalist said leftists find the words biological male triggering. Look, let's set the legal aside for Kristen. I'll get right to you, but I want to get your take on what you see playing out here, Maddie.
I think it's important to identify that there are two different sexes, and it's so important in sports, and that's what we've been fighting for. I personally got a scholarship to Idaho State in order to run, and that got me my degree, and that has paved my entire future to be a nurse. I met my husband in that town, and when men compete against women, we are sidelined in our own sports, and we have nowhere else to go. So I'm just really grateful that the Supreme Court was able to recognize differences of the sexes, because it is so important in sports in order to maintain the integrity of women's sports specifically.
Well, you have so many great things going on, and I heard you mention the word husband. God bless you, and in your journey as it continues, all that success. Kristen, give me the legal side of what we just watched from, an anchor having to sort of, I don't know what he was doing. He wasn't telling the truth in it. He was couching it for some reason.
Well, so many of these progressively left media outlets want to focus on the dissent, and that's not actually the court's ruling. And as you pointed out in Justice Thomas's concurrence, when we use language to obscure reality, it is lying to the public, and it is a disservice to our nation. The court's decision, Justice Kavanaugh, he wrote like a father who has daughters. He wrote like a coach who's coached girls. And finally, our girls have a decision from the Supreme Court that says you matter, that you matter just as much as the boys, and your opportunities are just as important, not just for future opportunities and scholarships, but for your own character and for the virtues that you need to develop and can develop in sports. This is a big victory, and we're taking it to every single state.
Kristen, thank you. And with all of your goals and things that you outlined for us, Maddie, your future is so bright, and you've got that fight inside of you, and being an athlete just makes you even more successful. God bless you both. Thank you. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox
News. Jesus was trans, of course, sure. The retards, they never cease to amaze me. They never cease to amaze me. We can sit here and chat and argue about this and that. I'm going to tell you, man, we've been on this for, 5 hours? I think that, I love doing this. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, and don't misunderstand my cussing out people and all this other stuff. Thank you, Jerry. I appreciate you, brother. I don't know how you do it. My skin just isn't thick enough, or maybe I'm not too passionate about our country, but I don't understand if you hate our country so much, why they don't move. I don't understand that either. I mean, let me tell you what it is. These are enemies of the United States of America. Remember that I made an oath to protect this country from foreign and domestic, threats, and unfortunately, as President Reagan once said, sometimes the United States of America, the people of the United States of America, must suffer some sort of, bad tragedy in order for them to realize how great of a nation we really are and how great we actually have it to be in this country. And I'm going to tell you, I don't blame people for having the emotional reaction when it comes to getting rid of illegal immigrants. I understand. Trust me, I feel that emotional reaction myself. But I also have to be realistic and know that there is a lot of people. Even if they're working in construction, roofing, sheetrocking, and this and that, these are DUI, illegal immigrants on here. These are rapists. These are violent criminals who maybe they have molested their own family members. And just because they're not doing it now, it doesn't mean that they're going to stop or that they have changed. I mean, I always hope that people change. I always hope that there is something good that comes out of everybody. But I can't be naive. I can't put my kids in danger. And I hope that you don't want to put your kids in danger either. I have a hard time allowing my daughter to go with her friends, and I am okay with her friends coming over. I had to be protective in some way. And I try to give her as much freedom as I can. But, man, anything happened to my daughter, there's going to be some hell to pay. You know what I'm saying? Thank you. Sometimes I appreciate you being in here. Completely appreciate your oath and how passionate you are. Oh, thank you, sis. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I appreciate your positivity and your comments and your encouragement. Thank you so much, guys, for your supers as well. You guys support me financially, and I know that's not easy. So I appreciate you guys for doing that. Now, with that being said, that the talk is always going to be about this country. If Trump is out of office, politics don't die. This podcast I created was so that we can talk about politics, so that we can talk about religion. And sometimes I give you story times, Sometimes, I know that you guys appreciate it. I like to be entertaining. I like to be able to fellowship with you guys, even though it's just a YouTube fellowship. You know what I mean? Don Mitch, love you, bro. I had a couple of lunches with Don. He gifted me some great stuff for my birthday. I will never forget that. The little things that people do for me, I never forget. I'm always appreciative because I know what it's like to have a lot, and I know what it's like to have nothing. And believe me, this is what pushes me to want to have balance in my life. You can call me a sellout, you can call me a traitor. It's a daily ride for me. It doesn't matter. I know the oath that I made. And I know why I chose to become an American citizen, and I am grateful that I was accepted to become an American citizen. For those of you who are here illegally, self-deport, apply for a green card from your country. Make the effort, make the sacrifice, so that nobody can ever say anything nasty about you. And if they do, who gives a shit? You did it the right way. You see what I'm saying? And then we can all be part of the great family. We can all become great Americans. This right here. I love it. And I love every single one of you American people for being out there, supporting me, and continue to push me. Every single day that I want to quit, you are there for me. And I appreciate you. I'll see you all in the next one. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA.